Hey fam. This is The Fiction Wizard. Today's story is gonna blow your mind. Madam Bones arrived at sorting ceremony with Aurors and found 72 memory blocks. Dumbledore fled live. Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1. The warrant. The sorting hat arrived at Hogwarts the same way it always did, carried on a velvet cushion by Professor Flitwick, who had to hold it slightly above his head to keep it from dragging on the floor. It was old and battered and smelled like centuries of nervous children, and every year it sat on its stool and sang its song and sorted 11-year-olds into their houses with the particular authority of something that had never once been wrong. Tonight, it didn't get the chance to sing. The great double doors of the Great Hall swung open 40 seconds before Flitwick reached his mark, and the sound that came through them was not the polite murmur of students craning their necks for a first look at the first years. It was boot heels. Lots of them. Moving in formation. Amelia Bones walked into Hogwarts the way she walked into every room she'd ever entered with a warrant, like she'd already measured the space and found it satisfactory. She was a stocky woman with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle she hadn't needed for distance vision in 15 years but kept because it had an excellent faux glass charm embedded in the lens. She wore robes the color of old iron and carried a document case in her left hand that glowed faintly amber at the seams, which meant the warrants inside were active and ministry sealed and could not be magically destroyed or summoned away. Behind her came 12 Aurors in full operational dress, not the dress robes they wore for ministry functions, not the everyday robes of desk workers. These were people who'd had a very specific briefing this morning and had dressed accordingly. Wands holstered at the forearm. Portable containment vials on the belt. 2 of them were carrying something that looked like a cross between a compass and a chandelier crystal, which pulsed with slow blue light and was emitting a soft harmonic hum that seemed to make the enchanted candles overhead flicker in mild confusion. The students stopped talking instantly. 400 and something children, ranging from 11 to 17, all turned at the same moment with the collective instinct of prey animals hearing something large enter their forest. The older students recognized some of the Aurors, recognized the deployment posture, and the whispers that began were low and urgent and carried the specific voltage of actual fear. The ghosts drifted toward the ceiling. Peeves, who had been hovering over the Slytherin table preparing to drop a bucket of ink on the 4th years, looked at the Aurors, looked at Amelia Bones, and quietly floated through the west wall without a word. It was the most intelligent thing anyone had seen Peeves do in 40 years. Dumbledore rose from his chair at the center of the staff table. He was wearing deep purple robes tonight, and the half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight when he turned, and he smiled, that particular smile, warm and slightly sad and ancient, the one that had been disarming people since before most of the parents of these children were born. "Amelia," he said, like they were meeting for tea. "What a delightful surprise." "Albus." She crossed the room without hurrying. The Aurors fanned out behind her with the quiet efficiency of people who had planned their positions. "I have a ministry warrant signed by 3/4 of the Wisengamot, countersigned by the minister, and sealed under the Veritas protocols. It authorizes a full memory audit of all magical adults present within Hogwarts Castle as of 9 o'clock this evening." She set the document case on the table in front of him and pressed her thumb to the seal. The amber glow intensified, and the case opened, and the parchment inside unrolled itself 3 feet and then kept going. Dumbledore's smile didn't move. "On what grounds?" "An anonymous tip," she said, "that was corroborated by 3 independent pensive testimonies and cross-referenced against Magical Child Services records going back 22 years. The grounds are suspected illegal use of memory modification charms on minors, suspected use of compulsion and behavioral modification enchantments on school-age children, and suspected suppression of natural magical ability." She paused. "Also some other things, but we'll get to those." The Great Hall was so silent that the hum of the audit crystals was the loudest sound in the room. Professor McGonagall had stood from her seat. She was looking at the document, not at Dumbledore, and her expression was the face of someone doing rapid, extremely uncomfortable mathematics. Snape hadn't moved at all. He was watching Amelia Bones with the particular stillness of a man who had learned long ago to be very calm when things began falling. "I must object," Dumbledore said pleasantly, "on the grounds that tonight is the sorting ceremony, and these children will be supervised by their head of house and a ministry welfare officer while the adult audit is conducted," Amelia said. "The children are not why I'm here tonight. Though," she glanced at the long table where the first years were clustered, pale and collectively frozen, "we will be requesting voluntary memory screenings for students in their second year and above, to check for any unauthorized blocks, at a later date with parental consent. Tonight we're focused on the staff." She picked up the document case, turned, and addressed the room. Not projecting, not performing, just speaking clearly enough to be heard from one end of the hall to the other. "My name is Amelia Bones. I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. No one is in trouble for simply being here, and no one is under arrest. What we're conducting tonight is a legal audit. It will not harm you. The Memory Audit Crystals detect the presence of foreign enchantments in a person's memory, they do not access the content of your memories. I need every adult member of Hogwarts staff to remain in this hall. Ministry welfare officers will take charge of student supervision." There was an explosion of whispered sound from the student tables, and then one of the Aurors, a tall woman with a long red braid, moved to the front of the room and held up her wand, and a charm went up over the student tables that settled the worst of the noise into a low anxious buzz. Flitwick, still holding the sorting hat, looked at Amelia and then at Dumbledore and then, with the particular dignity of a very small man making a very large decision, walked to a chair beside the staff table and sat down. Dumbledore said, "I wonder if I might see the specific. You may review the full warrant once the audit is complete," Amelia said. "Standard protocol. I'm sure you know it." Something shifted behind Dumbledore's eyes. It was very small, very fast, and only two people in the room caught it: Amelia, who was watching for exactly that, and Snape, who caught it because he'd spent 30 years learning to read that face. "Of course," Dumbledore said. The audit began. Harry Potter was sitting at the very end of the first-year cluster, between a red-haired boy who'd introduced himself on the train as Ron Weasley and a girl who hadn't introduced herself to anyone but had been reading a book about Hogwarts founding principles until approximately 30 seconds ago, at which point she'd put it down and started watching the proceedings with the focused intensity of someone who had already decided this was more interesting than the book. Harry was watching Amelia Bones. He'd been watching her since she walked in, the same way he'd started watching people years ago, not staring, not nervous, just the habit of someone who'd spent a long time needing to know where the exits were and who was angry and how much trouble was coming. Aunt Petunia had called it his creepy staring. Harry thought of it as just paying attention. Amelia Bones wasn't angry. She was something more interesting than angry. She was purposeful, moving through a room full of incredibly powerful, incredibly important people with the energy of someone who had already accounted for every objection they might raise and found each one insufficient. Harry decided he liked her. Ron was whispering to his twin brothers, who were 4 seats down, a rapid whispered conversation that Harry caught fragments of. Bones from the ministry and Dad talked about this and bloody Aurors at the sorting, and the book girl had opened her book again but was definitely not reading it. "Do you know what a memory audit is?" Harry asked her, keeping his voice low. She looked at him. Brown eyes, already evaluating. "Yes. Memory audit crystals detect enchantments that have been placed inside someone's memory without their knowledge or consent. They can identify the type of charm, its approximate age, and sometimes its caster signature. They're relatively new, developed about 6 years ago by the Department of Mysteries." She paused. "I read about them in Magical Law, a Practical History. It's not on the first-year reading list but it should be." Harry looked at the crystals. "How many enchantments do they need to find to make this worth showing up to the sorting ceremony with 12 Aurors?" The book girl followed his gaze and was quiet for a moment. "More than one," she said. "That's all I know." "Hermione Granger," she added, after a beat, like she'd just remembered introductions were a thing. "Harry Potter." She blinked. Looked at his forehead. Looked away. Right, she said, in a voice that suggested she was going to treat that information like every other piece of information she'd ever received, which was with organization and then practical application. Harry appreciated that enormously. At the staff table, the first of the audit crystals was being held before Professor Sprout, who submitted with the resigned cooperation of someone who'd spent 40 years being told to do things by paperwork. The crystal pulsed once, twice, turned a clear clean blue, and the Auror beside it made a note in a ledger. Clear, the Auror said. Sprout exhaled. The process moved. Each crystal scan took about 90 seconds. The Auror with the ledger marked each result, clear, 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 and the tension in the hall began, very slightly, to ease. Then they reached Professor Quirrell. The crystal turned a pale sick yellow and held. There was a sound from the Auror with the ledger, not quite a word, more a controlled intake of breath, and Amelia moved to look, and another Auror was already at Quirrell's elbow, not holding him, just positioned. 1 block, the reading Auror said quietly. Behavioral compulsion, Class 3. Age approximately 5 months. Quirrell had gone the color of old paste. I had no idea. I'm sure there's an explanation. There is, Amelia said. We'll find it. Please stay seated, Professor. She moved on. The ledger Auror had begun writing faster. McGonagall was next. The crystal moved to her and turned the pale yellow and held, and the number the Auror said was not 1. 4 blocks, he said, and his voice was very careful. 3 memory modification charms, 1 behavioral suppression. Age range, 7 years to 23 years. McGonagall said nothing. The color drained from her face with a precision that mirrored the methodical nature of everything else she did. She sat perfectly straight in her chair and said nothing, and Harry thought she might be the most frightening person he'd ever seen, because she was that angry and that controlled at the same time. The number kept climbing. By the time they'd reached the 6th staff member, a history of magic professor who was technically a ghost and who submitted to a modified crystal that could interface with spectral magical signatures with an expression of offended bewilderment, the whisper count from the Aurors ledger had reached 11. By Madame Hooch, it was 18. By Madame Pomfrey, 24. The matron sat with her hands clasped in her lap and tears running silently down her face, not making a sound, and no one said anything to her because there wasn't anything adequate to say. The number climbed. 31. 40. 47. Dumbledore sat at the center of it with his hands folded on the table and watched the proceedings with the expression of a man engaged in quiet, private meditation. He had not moved. He had not protested. He answered the questions the ledger Auror occasionally directed his way with short, courteous responses and showed nothing. Snape, 2 seats down, was still watching him. At 53, the Auror with the ledger paused for the first time. He moved to Amelia and spoke quietly into her ear, and she looked at the number in the ledger, and for a moment, just one, her face showed something. Then it closed again. She nodded. Continue, she said. At 60, Hagrid, who'd been sitting at the end of the staff table and had submitted to the crystal with the trusting anxiety of someone who'd learned young that disagreeing with official people never went well for him, produced a reading that made the scanning Auror call for a second crystal to cross-reference. 2 blocks. Hagrid's were different from the others, not behavioral, not compulsive. Wiped. Clean removals, not suppressions. Someone had taken whole events out. Hagrid was crying. He didn't seem to know what they were, only that there were holes in him that he hadn't known about until just now, and he kept looking at Dumbledore, helplessly, habitually, the way you look at the person you've trusted for 50 years, and Dumbledore looked back at him with the same expression. Gentle. Warm. Impenetrable. At 68, they were done with the staff. 68 memory blocks across 17 adults. The Auror closed his ledger and looked at Amelia, and there was a quality to the silence around that specific table that felt like a held breath, like the space between the flash of lightning and the sound of the thunder. "We'll need to scan the portraits and the castle's sentient enchantments," Amelia said, and her voice was level as a horizon. "Standard extension under subsection 12 of the warrant." "That will take some time," Dumbledore said. "Yes," she agreed. "Which is why I'd like to start now." She turned to him. "Are you going to cooperate with the audit, Albus?" "I've been cooperating all evening." "You haven't been scanned yet." A pause, so brief it barely registered. "Of course," he said. "By all means." The scanning aura moved to him. Held the crystal level. The crystal sat there for a moment in the aura's outstretched hand, the blue light pulsing, and then it turned yellow, and it held, and the yellow deepened, and the number that came out of the aura's mouth was not 4 and was not 11 and was not even 18. "For blocks," the aura said, and there was a sound in the hall, and he raised his voice slightly without looking up, on Professor Dumbledore himself. "External origin. Recent." He moved the crystal slightly, adjusting the resonance frequency, running a second sweep. "But there are also," he stopped. Amelia had her hand on her wand now. "Not drawing. Touching." "Report," she said. "The crystal is picking up a secondary signature," the Auror said slowly, like he was reading something he wasn't sure he was reading correctly. "Cast enchantments. Memory modifications and behavioral compulsions, not in Professor Dumbledore, from Professor Dumbledore. The crystal is reading caster signatures in the blocks we've already documented." Total silence. "How many?" Amelia said. The Auror looked at the crystal. Looked at his ledger. Looked at Amelia. "All of them," he said. "Or, nearly all. 66 of the 68 blocks share his caster signature. The other 2 are," he adjusted again. "The other 2 are also his. Different wand. Older." "That would be 68 of 68, Amelia said. "Yes ma'am. 68 in the ledger. But the warrant also required a portrait scan. The portrait scan took 40 minutes and added 4 more. 72. The number stood in the hall like a living thing. Harry felt it land even at the student table, even among people who only half understood what they were hearing, the collective understanding that a number that size, in this context, in this room, was not a discrepancy. It was a structure. Someone had built something, carefully, over a long time, and that something was now standing in the light for the first time. Harry was 11 years old and he was sitting very still and he was not afraid. He was paying attention. Amelia turned to Dumbledore with the arrest warrant already in her hand. She hadn't reached for it dramatically, it had simply appeared, the way prepared things appear when preparation meets the right moment. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," she began. "Amelia." His voice was still warm. Still measured. "I wonder if we might discuss this privately. These are children. These are witnesses," she said. "And this is a public institution. You've had decades of private discussion. Tonight we're doing this officially." She kept her eyes on him. "You are under warrant for 72 counts of illegal memory modification, 43 counts of illegal behavioral compulsion, and 11 counts of magical ability suppression in minors. The ministry requires you to," she didn't finish. What happened next took approximately 4 seconds. Dumbledore stood. Not rushing, the movement was calm, almost elegant, and his right hand came up empty, which was the thing that made 2 of the Aurors lunge forward, because an empty hand meant a wand they couldn't see, and the next second the air in the hall turned the particular dense texture of a very powerful disapparition attempt inside a space that should have made disapparition impossible. Hogwarts didn't allow disapparition. Albus Dumbledore, who had helped lay the enchantments that made Hogwarts not allow disapparition, and who had in doing so understood precisely which strand of which ward to step around, was gone in the crack of displaced air. 400 students and 17 staff and 12 Aurors stood in a hall that had just been disapparated out of by a man who should not have been able to do that. The sorting hat, still on its stool, said, into absolute silence, "Well, I didn't see that coming." And then every student in the hall started talking at once. Amelia had her wand out and was already issuing orders in the efficient shorthand of someone working a scene. 2 Aurors went for the doors. 3 more for the castle perimeter. A Patronus was dispatched to the ministry, a large bear that loped through the stone wall without slowing, and another to the Auror Corps reserves. She was angry. Harry could tell because she was doing everything slightly faster than necessary, and her jaw had a set to it that was different from the controlled expression she'd been wearing all night. But she was working, and working effectively, and the anger was fuel rather than noise. McGonagall had stood from her seat. She looked at the space where Dumbledore had been standing with the expression of someone who had just found out that the bridge they'd been crossing for 40 years was made of something other than stone. Her face did something complicated. Then it stopped doing that thing. Then it did something else, something harder, colder, and more decided. She turned to the student tables. "All students will proceed calmly to your dormitories," she said, and her voice carried without effort, cutting through the noise with the practiced authority of a woman who had been running Gryffindor House for 30 years. "Prefects, take your students. First years, we will sort you in the morning. The ministry officers," she nodded to the Auror with the red braid, "will supervise until normal castle authority is restored." The prefects moved. It was a testament to something, McGonagall's reputation, or the particular persuasiveness of 12 Aurors in operational gear, or just the deep schoolchild instinct to do what the terrifying professor said, that the students moved with only a moderate amount of chaos. Ron was already standing. "Do you think?" "Yes," Harry said, because Ron hadn't finished the sentence and Harry wasn't entirely sure what question would have ended it, but yes seemed correct for the entire situation. The first years clustered together in the way that frightened animals cluster, not from affection yet, just proximity, the instinct to not be small and alone in a large and suddenly strange place. Harry found himself at the edge of the group, and at his shoulder was Hermione Granger with her book tucked under her arm, and just ahead was a round-faced boy who was visibly trying not to cry and mostly succeeding through what looked like sheer determination. "Neville Longbottom," he said to Harry, because introductions were apparently what people did when they were frightened, as though names were a kind of anchor. He had a toad in his hands. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I know," Neville said, glancing at the scar. "Sorry. Everyone does." "No, I mean." He paused. "That was mental." "What just happened?" "Yes," Harry said. "Do you think he's coming back?" Harry thought about Amelia Bones and the crystal and 72 and the document case that glowed amber. "I think," he said, "that she's going to make it very difficult for him." Neville absorbed this. The toad made a disgruntled sound. "Good," Neville said, softly but with a conviction that surprised Harry, because he'd seemed like such a gentle person until just then, and the word came out with an edge in it that suggested it had been waiting there for a while. "That's good." They were moving through the entrance hall now, toward the staircases, and behind them Harry could hear Amelia Bones giving orders and McGonagall answering them and the 2 women establishing, in real time, the shape of whatever came next. Their voices were entirely different, Amelia clipped and operational, McGonagall precise and institutional, but they were speaking the same language, and neither of them was wasting a syllable. Harry caught one fragment as he reached the first staircase. "Students from the past 6 years will need to be screened with parental consent," Amelia was saying. "We'll need the full student records." "I know where they are," McGonagall said. "I've always known where they are." A pause. "I just never had a reason," McGonagall said, very quietly, "to look at them myself." Harry climbed the stairs. The girl at the bottom of the staircase, the one who'd stopped to watch the Aurors fan out rather than following the other first years, had her arms crossed and an expression that was not quite any of the normal expressions of an 11-year-old on her first night at Hogwarts. She was watching the hall the way her aunt watched rooms. "Susan," said the Auror with the red braid, appearing at her elbow. "You need to go with the others." "Is Auntie?" "She's fine. She's working. Go with the other students." The Auror put a hand briefly on her shoulder. "This is going to take a while." Susan Bones looked at the hall one more time. Saw her aunt, standing at the center of controlled chaos, document case on the table, bare Patronus already gone, 3 conversations happening at once, and the expression on Susan's face was not fear. It was something closer to recognition. She turned and went up the stairs. The dormitories that night were louder than they probably should have been, but the prefects had made a reasonable attempt at settling people down, and by 11 o'clock most of the first-year Gryffindors were at least in their beds if not asleep. Harry was not asleep. He was lying on his back in the dark, in a bed that was softer than anything he'd ever slept in a castle, with curtains drawn around him that were his own, just his, and staring at the ceiling he couldn't see and thinking about 72 memory blocks. 68 of them from one person. Across 17 adults, 4 portraits, and castle enchantments that were supposed to be neutral. He was trying to think about it the way Hermione had described the crystal, systematically, as information rather than as something that was happening to him. He was fairly good at that. He'd had to be, growing up in a house where the safest thing was to understand what was happening without showing that you understood. 72 blocks and they hadn't scanned the students yet. He thought about that carefully. He didn't feel any different. He didn't feel like he was missing anything, or carrying anything, or that anything was wrong. But that was rather the nature of the thing, wasn't it? You didn't know what you were missing until it was returned. And something about that idea, not frightening him the way it probably should have, because the Dursleys had given him an extremely practical relationship with the concept of things being kept from him, made him feel something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite impatience. It was more like curiosity, but with teeth. He'd been doing magic his whole life. Strange things happening, things he couldn't explain and couldn't control, and that had gotten him in enormous trouble with the Dursleys, who responded to the inexplicable with an enthusiasm for punishment that Harry found disproportionate but unsurprising. He'd never wondered if that inability to control was natural. He'd assumed it was. Everyone said it was, or at least everyone implied it. Before you got your wand, accidental magic just happened, that was the nature of it. But what if the accidents were what was left? What if the things that kept breaking through, the roof of the school gym, his hair growing back, Aunt Marge's dog treed in the garden, were the magic that was too strong to be held back, and everything else had been? He stopped that train of thought. Not because it frightened him but because he didn't have enough information yet, and theorizing without information was sloppy. He'd wait. He'd see what morning brought. Through the curtains, from across the dormitory, he could hear Ron Weasley's breathing already slow and even, asleep almost instantly in the way of someone who'd grown up in a house full of brothers and learned to take rest when it was available. From the other bed, he couldn't hear anything, but he had the sense that Neville was also awake. After a while, Neville said, quietly enough that he might have been talking to himself, "I've always been bad at magic." Harry didn't say anything. "Since I was little. Everyone said I just took after my mum's side and not my dad's, and I should work harder, and it would come." A pause. "I worked harder than anyone. It didn't come." "The crystals might change that," Harry said. "Or they might not," Neville said. "And then I'd know it's just me." "Better to know," Harry said. Silence. "Yeah," Neville said finally. "I think so too." They didn't say anything else after that. Harry closed his eyes. Outside the castle he could see, if he concentrated, and he had very good hearing, the distant crack of apparition as the aura reserves arrived, and the faint luminescence through the curtains of the audit crystals still active in the Great Hall, and somewhere below, the sound of McGonagall's voice reading Dumbledore's student records aloud to a ministry scribe who was writing faster and faster, and the sound of Amelia Bones saying numbers he couldn't quite make out but whose rhythm he recognized. Methodical. Mounting. Inevitable. He slept. In the great hall, the candles had been replaced with ministry work lights, cold, clear, practical, and the long dining tables had been transformed into something that looked like an investigation room, which was what it now was. Parchment everywhere. Crystals arrayed in order by reading strength. A ministry scribe at each end and a senior Auror coordinator at the center, who kept referring to a chart on the wall that was covered in names connected by red lines. Amelia stood in front of it. The names of the staff were on the left. The dates of the blocks were in the center. And on the right, connected to everything by those red lines, was one name, written once and circled, and the circle had been gone over twice. She'd been building this picture for 6 months from the outside in, anonymous tip to full investigation to warrant, which had required 3 Wiesengemot sessions and 2 appeals and a frankly extraordinary amount of political will from the minister, who owed her nothing except an old debt and the basic moral conviction that children's memories were not someone's to arrange. And now she was on the inside looking out, and the view was worse than she'd thought it would be. Worse in the way that confirmed things are worse, not surprising, not new, just real in a way that transcends suspicion. "Ma'am." Her senior Auror, Proudfoot, appeared at her elbow. He was a steady man, good in the field, excellent in paperwork, and occasionally so literal-minded she wanted to throw her monocle at him, which she had never done. "We have the perimeter report." "How'd he get out?" "Ward gap at the northwest tower, approximately 3 feet wide. Pre-existing. Looks like it's been there for," Proudfoot checked his notes, "at least 30 years. None of the current staff were aware of it." She stared at the chart. "He built his own door," she said. Proudfoot didn't say anything, which meant yes. "Right." She pulled the monocle and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "First time tonight." It was an indulgence she allowed herself once per crisis. "Alert the Department of International Cooperation, I want border watch on France, Switzerland, and everywhere else he has friends. Get me everything we have on Dumbledore's known allies in a position to offer sanctuary. And I want someone checking the Order of the Phoenix registration records. If they've been maintaining, they have a structure we can trace. Do you think he'll contact them?" She thought about the man who had just walked calmly through 68 revealed violations without a flicker, and then stepped neatly out of an arrest warrant through a door he'd built for himself 3 decades ago. "He's already contacted them," she said. "The question is whether any of them are smart enough to know that helping him now is a very different proposition than it was this morning." She put the monocle back. "What's the student record situation?" McGonagall appeared from around the parchment stack with the timing of someone who'd been listening. "I've pulled the records for every student currently enrolled. The memory audit warrant covers staff. For students, you'll need individual consent forms from parents or guardians, or a separate warrant for minors." "I know." Amelia looked at her. "Are you all right?" McGonagall's chin went up approximately 2 degrees. "I have 4 blocks in my own memory that I didn't put there, Amelia. I am furious. But I am also," she said, with the measured precision of someone lifting each word like a precise tool, perfectly functional. "What do you need?" Amelia almost smiled. "The student records. All of them. Specifically any student whose records show unusual flags, unusual, meaning anything that made it into a file but was never followed up. Behavioral notes that were written and then amended. Medical flags that closed without treatment. Anything that should have been escalated and wasn't." McGonagall nodded. Paused. "The Potter boys' file," she said. Amelia looked at her. "When I reviewed it tonight, before you arrived, I pull all first-year files on September 1st, it's my standard practice. Harry Potter's file had 7 annotation marks and 1 sealed notation." She paused. Sealed notation is only used when the headmaster wants to restrict access to a note to himself and the deputy alone. "And you hadn't opened it before tonight?" "The seal requires a headmaster counter-signature to open from the deputy's side." I never had occasion to try opening it myself. McGonagall's expression did the thing it had been doing all evening, closed, and then harder. I opened it tonight. The notation is blank. The seal is there, the notation is blank, and the magical signature on the seal is, his, Amelia said. His, McGonagall confirmed. They looked at each other. I'll need the file, Amelia said. I'll need it back, McGonagall said. He's my student. He arrived here tonight. Whatever happens next happens here, and he is mine to look after. Agreed, Amelia said, and she meant it. Get some sleep, Minerva. Tomorrow is going to be very long. I'm not sleeping, McGonagall said. Neither am I, Amelia said. McGonagall went back to the records. Amelia turned back to the chart on the wall, and the circles, and the red lines connecting everything to everything, and the name at the center of it. The castle was quieter now. The students were settled. The Aurors on the perimeter had checked in and were checking in every 15 minutes. The work lights hummed. The parchment rustled. Somewhere in the upper floors, 7 decades of accumulated institutional decisions were sleeping in beds in 4 dormitories, and tomorrow morning they would wake up in a castle that was no longer what they'd been told it was. And one of them, the one with the scar and the green eyes and the blank sealed file, had fallen asleep thinking about 72 in a way that Amelia suspected was different from how the adults in the room were thinking about it. The adults were thinking about law. About accountability. About the shape of what came next. Harry Potter had been thinking, she was certain of it, in the way you're certain of things you've observed without watching, about information. About what the number meant, structurally. About what it said about the spaces around it. She'd seen that look before. Usually on Aurors. She turned to Proudfoot. When we do the student screenings, parents or guardians present, standard protocol, Harry Potter's file, she said. Who's his guardian? Proudfoot checked his clipboard. A Petunia Desley, née Evans. Muggle. Little whinging, Surrey. Get someone to her tomorrow morning, Amelia said. Early. To invite her in for the screening? To see how she reacts to the invitation, Amelia said. And to get a look at the house. Proudfoot wrote it down. He was very good at not asking follow-up questions when the answer was implicit, which was one of his better qualities. Amelia looked at the chart one more time. 72 blocks. 68 adults. 4 portraits. And somewhere out there, a man who had built those 72 things piece by piece over decades, who had done it so carefully and so thoroughly that no one had ever seen the shape of it until tonight, and who had nonetheless walked out of this room in 4 seconds when the shape became visible. She was going to find him. Not because she was furious, though she was, underneath the operational surface, in the particular deep vein of fury that comes from caring about children and law and the basic principle that some things cannot be done to people without consequence. But because it was her job. Because the law existed and she believed in it, not as an abstraction but as the specific thing it was, a structure that held when people decided it should hold, and collapsed when they didn't, and tonight in this room was one of those moments when it needed someone to decide. She had decided. The Bear Patronus reported back at 2 in the morning. The minister had been informed. The Wisengamot had been called for an emergency session in 5 days. An arrest warrant, active and sealed, was now circulating to every port and border crossing in Britain and 12 allied nations. And in the dormitories above, a boy with a blank sealed notation in his file was sleeping the sound, uncomplicated sleep of someone who decided the information would arrive when it arrived and worrying was less useful than rest. The night settled. The castle breathed. The investigation continued. 72. Chapter 2, The Unblocking the Memory Healer arrived at 7 in the morning. Her name was Isolde Vance, and she was small and dark-haired and moved through the castle corridors with the particular quiet of someone who spent her professional life in other people's silences. She carried a leather case that clinked softly when she walked. She did not introduce herself to the students she passed on the stairs, partly because most of them were still half asleep and wearing their robes wrong, and partly because she had learned long ago that the title Memory Healer produced a specific reaction in people that made her subsequent work harder. McGonagall met her at the foot of the main staircase, looking like she had not slept, which was accurate. "Minerva," Vance said. "Isolde." McGonagall glanced at the case. "How many volunteers do you expect?" "From staff?" "Everyone who had blocks found." Vance paused. "From students, whatever the parents authorize." "But I need the staff done first. I want a clinical picture of the block architecture before I touch anything in a child." McGonagall absorbed this. "The Great Hall is still an active investigation site." "I know. Amelia told me. I've set up in the hospital wing." Vance looked at her steadily. "You should come first, Minerva. I know you want to see the students through, but you've had 4 blocks for 23 years and the oldest one it's structural. It will affect your judgment until it's gone." McGonagall's jaw tightened. "I am perfectly capable of functioning, yes. I know." Vance kept her voice even. "I'm not questioning your capability. I'm telling you that the person you were before that block was placed is not fully present right now. And that she should be. Today especially." A long silence. "1 hour," McGonagall said. "And then I'm back at my post. That's all I need." Harry found out about the Memory Healer the way he found out about most things, by paying attention to what people around him were saying and then following the thread. Breakfast was a reduced, slightly chaotic affair. The house tables were there, but the warm organized authority of the usual first morning was missing, replaced by a ministry welfare officer at each table end and the particular buzz of 500 people who'd all witnessed the same extraordinary thing and were still processing it. The older students were louder than usual. The first years were quieter. The food appeared anyway. Hogwarts, Harry was beginning to understand, had an institutional momentum that was largely independent of whoever was supposedly in charge of it, which struck him as an interesting design feature. Ron had 3 plates in front of him and was eating with the focused purpose of someone treating breakfast as a stabilizing activity. "My dad's going to lose his mind," he said, through sausage. "He loves Dumbledore." "Well, loved. D'you think he knew?" "Dad, I mean. Not about, I mean obviously not, but, no one knew," Hermione said, from across the table. She'd been eating methodically, one thing at a time, like she was working through a list. That was rather the point. The blocks were designed so the people who had them wouldn't notice they were missing anything. That's how compulsion charms work. You don't feel compelled, you just feel like yourself. Only it's not entirely yourself. Ron looked unsettled by this in a way that went slightly beyond the abstract. Harry noticed but didn't comment. "There's a memory healer in the hospital wing," Harry said. He'd overheard 2 of the Aurors discussing it near the staircase. "She arrived this morning. For the staff who had blocks." Hermione looked up. "Healing removed memory blocks is different from detecting them. You can't simply reverse an obliviation the way you'd counter a jinx, the neural magical pathways have to be." She stopped. "Sorry. I read a lot." "I noticed," Harry said. "It's difficult," she continued. "And it takes time. And the older the block, the more the memory has settled around the gap. Like scar tissue." They sat with that for a moment. "Does it hurt?" Ron asked. "The book said it's disorienting," Hermione said carefully. "But not painful. More like," she seemed to search for the right word, "remembering something you dreamed." Neville, who had been eating quietly at the end of the group, set down his spoon. He hadn't said much this morning. He was doing the same thing Harry was doing, the quiet processing, the internal accounting. Harry recognized it because he was doing it himself. "They're going to want to scan the students," Neville said. "The ones who are coming back. Second year and up. And us? Ron said. Parents have to say yes, Hermione said. That's what the ministry woman told us last night. Parental consent. Harry thought about Petunia Dursley receiving a letter from the Ministry of Magic asking for consent to scan her ward's memories. He thought about Petunia Dursley's face when she heard the phrase Memory Audit Crystal. He thought about the specific sound Aunt Petunia made when anything unusual came through the post. My parents will say yes immediately, Hermione said. Mom will probably want to read all the research first, but she'll say yes. Mine too, Neville said, and then something shifted in his expression. Gran will. She'll say yes. He was quiet for a second. She'll want to be in the room. Harry said nothing. He was thinking about something else, about the blank sealed notation in his file, and about the number 7, and about what McGonagall had said to Amelia the night before in a voice she probably hadn't intended to carry to the staircase. He was very good at hearing things that weren't meant for him. After breakfast, when Ron and Hermione were deep in a debate about whether the sorting would happen in the Great Hall or somewhere else and whether it mattered which house you were in if the whole school was temporarily under ministry supervision, Harry slipped away from the table and went looking. He found Amelia Bones in the corridor outside the Great Hall, deep in conversation with Proudfoot and a woman Harry didn't recognize who was carrying a very large stack of files. She was wearing the same robes as last night, which meant she hadn't been back to wherever her actual clothes were, and she was drinking tea from a ministry-issue conjured cup with the efficiency of someone using caffeine as fuel rather than pleasure. Harry stood 6 feet away and waited. Amelia noticed him in about 4 seconds. She had that quality, the active peripheral awareness that never quite stopped working. She finished her sentence to Proudfoot, said something quietly to the file woman, and turned to look at him. They looked at each other. Mr. Potter, she said. Madam Bones, he said. A slight pause. She tilted her head a degree. How can I help you? I want to be scanned, he said. Today. Not when the consent forms go out. Now. You need your guardians, I know, he said. I heard you tell your Auror to go to my aunt's house this morning. I'd like to know what she says. She studied him. He looked back at her without blinking, which was easier than most people expected from an 11-year-old, but Harry had found it was useful to simply not look away when it mattered. You overheard that, she said. Yes. From the staircase. I have very good hearing. She sipped her tea. How long have you been aware that things might have been done to your memory? Harry thought about this carefully, because it was a specific question and deserved a specific answer. Since last night, officially, he said. But I've been aware that things weren't consistent for most of my life. Consistent how? I can do things. Strange things. They don't happen when I want them to, they just happen, when I'm frightened, or angry, or concentrating on something else. And then they stop. And no one can explain why they stop, including me. He paused. At my primary school, I jumped onto the roof of the gym. I was being chased by Dudley, my cousin, and I was scared, and then I was just up there. I couldn't make it happen again. Ever. After that it just didn't. Amelia was very still in the way of someone who was paying close attention. And on the train, Harry continued. Yesterday. I was in the compartment with Ron and the food trolley came and I'd never had chocolate frogs before, and I remember wanting very clearly to get the Dumbledore card, and the first one I opened was a Dumbledore, and I thought it was luck until, he stopped. That's a small thing. No, Amelia said. It isn't. She looked at him for another moment. Then she looked over her shoulder at Proudfoot. Send someone to Little Whinging now rather than this morning. I want a result before 9. Proudfoot nodded and left. She turned back to Harry. In the meantime, she said, would you be willing to speak with Isolde Vance? She's our memory healer. You don't have to consent to any procedure, I just want her to have a conversation with you. All right, Harry said. She looked at him again, not the evaluating look of someone deciding whether to trust him, but something more like recognition. You're not frightened, she said. Should I be? Most people would be. She set down her tea. Finding out that something may have been done to your mind. Most people find that terrifying. Harry considered it honestly. I grew up in a house where I wasn't allowed to ask questions, he said. So I learned to just collect information quietly and figure things out later. This is more of that, I think. Just more complicated. He wasn't looking for sympathy and he didn't say it like he was. She received it the same way, not with pity, just acknowledgement. Come on then, she said. Hospital wing. Isolde Vance had finished with McGonagall by the time they arrived, which Harry knew because McGonagall was sitting on the edge of one of the hospital beds with her hands in her lap and an expression on her face that was unlike anything Harry had seen from her yet. Not distressed, not devastated. More like clarity. The specific face of clarity that comes when something you'd been straining to see suddenly comes into focus. She looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, she said. They sorted you yet? Not yet. The hat will tell me, she said, with the quiet authority of a woman who had already decided she was his head of house regardless of what the hat said, and would manage whichever reality presented itself. She stood, smoothed her robes, and left without another word. Harry watched her go and thought that she walked differently than she had last night. Something fractionally more settled. Vance was arranging things in her case. She looked up when Harry sat down on the indicated bed and smiled, not the practiced reassuring smile of someone dealing with a frightened patient, but something more genuine. Amelia tells me you want information, not comfort. Both would be fine, Harry said. But yes. Information first. Fair enough. She sat in the chair across from him. Up close she had the quiet focus of someone who found other people genuinely interesting, which Harry also found interesting. I'm a memory healer. I work primarily with victims of illegal obliviation and compulsion, people whose memories have been altered without their consent. What I do is build a diagnostic picture of the block structure, identify what type of enchantment was used, and then, if the patient wants, and if it's safe, help the memory restore itself. Restore itself, Harry said. Not put it back. Vance tilted her head. Good catch. No, I can't replace something that's been removed. Memory healing isn't like reversing a spell. The memory itself has to still exist somewhere in the pathway, what I'm doing is removing the thing that's sitting on top of it. The block is like, she considered, like a lock on a door. The room is still there. The things in the room are still there. I remove the lock. And if the memory was actually destroyed? Then it's gone. But that's rarer than people think. Full destruction of a memory takes a great deal of power and precision. Most illegal blocks are suppressions, it's faster, easier, less traceable. The memory is there. It's just inaccessible. Harry was quiet for a moment. What if someone had been blocked, very young? Before they understood what was happening? Vance met his eyes. How young? I don't know, Harry said. As young as it could be, maybe. She was very still. Then the block grew with them, she said carefully. Like a knot in a tree. The tree grows around it. The knot becomes part of the structure. A pause. Removing it requires more care. But the memories, the experiences, they still formed. The brain is adaptive. What you experienced, you experienced. The block doesn't erase that. It just reroutes access. And when you remove it? Sometimes the memories return gradually, over days or weeks. Sometimes they come back in a rush, disorienting, but not harmful. And sometimes, she paused, and now she was watching him with very careful attention, what comes back isn't a specific memory at all. It's capacity. Ability. Things the person was capable of that the block was preventing. Harry was very still on the bed. "I'd like to talk to my aunt first," he said finally. "But yes. I want it done." The owl returned from little whinging at 9:14. It was not a ministry owl, they'd sent one of those, carrying an official letter in amber-sealed ministry parchment. What came back was not the ministry owl. The ministry owl had apparently returned with a door slam and a scream and a neighbor's account of Petunia Desley throwing the opened letter into the recycling bin, at which point the ministry owl had taken the letter from the recycling bin and returned. The letter had one word written on it, in large letters, in Petunia's handwriting. Yes. Just that. Not a signature. Not a date. Not any indication of comprehension of what she was consenting to. Just yes, underlined once. Amelia looked at it. "That," she said, showing it to Proudfoot, "tells us quite a bit about the household." Proudfoot nodded slowly. "I also want to know," Amelia said, "when that particular signature, the one on most of the blocks, first appears on a magical record connected to Harry Potter. I want the first date. And I want to know who placed him at Privet Drive in the first place, and under what authority." Proudfoot was already writing. "The Magical Child Services records will have, I know what they'll have," she said. "Get them." She took the letter with the single word yes and added it to Harry Potter's growing file, which had acquired considerably more in it since last night. Vance started with the oldest blocks. McGonagall, once she'd returned to her administrative duties, had nonetheless left instructions that Harry Potter was to be given access to the hospital wing and Vance's time as soon as his guardian's consent was confirmed. Vance had the consent form signed and filed before 10 in the morning. Harry sat on the bed again. The room was quiet except for the castle sounds, wind on the high windows, distant voices from the grounds where some of the students had gone outside, the particular old stone silence of the walls themselves. "I'm going to use a modified diagnostic first," Vance said, sitting across from him. "Not the audit crystal, that's a blunt instrument, good for detection, not for treatment. This is more precise." She held up something that looked like a slim glass rod, clear and faintly warm-looking. "It will feel like someone blowing on the back of your neck. Nothing else. I want you to stay relaxed." "I'm relaxed," Harry said. She looked at him. "Most people have to be coached into that. You're 11. "I'm told I'm unusual," he said. "Apparently." She moved the glass rod in a slow arc near his temple, not touching. It began to glow, and the glow was not yellow like the audit crystal had been. It was deeper, amber and bronze, the color of old things in afternoon light. She said nothing for 3 minutes. Harry waited. When she finally sat back, her expression was the expression of someone who had just read a very long document and was choosing which part to address first. "There are 11 blocks," she said. Harry did not move. He'd thought, somehow, that the number would be lower for a child. He was quickly revising his model of how this worked. "The oldest one was placed when you were 15 months old," Vance said, and her voice was very level and very gentle. "I want you to know before I say anything else that removing a block does not re-wound you. What happened to you, happened. This is not going to hurt." "Tell me about the oldest one," Harry said. "It's a suppression on your innate magical perception," she said. "Not your ability, the perception. The way magical beings naturally sense and interact with the world around them. Magical children, especially powerful ones, have a kind of awareness. They sense the magical fields around them. They can feel when enchantments are nearby. They can feel intentions, sometimes, in a basic animal way. In an infant, that's mostly expressed as behavioral comfort or discomfort, a child who knows when something's wrong. In an older child, it becomes something more specific." She paused. "Yours was blocked at 15 months. Which means, which means I've been navigating everything without it, Harry said. Since the beginning. Yes. He thought about the roof of the gym. About the Dursleys' neighbor's dog that he'd never quite trusted, who'd turned out to be a genuinely mean animal. About the way he'd always been able to tell exactly which moment Uncle Vernon's temper was about to tip, not from anything Vernon said, just from something in the air, something Harry had always attributed to experience and careful observation. The other 10, he said. Vance went through them in order. 3 were ability suppressions, specific magical skills, the nature of which were hard to identify in their blocked state but which she described as high order, which she explained meant above the standard developmental range for his age. 2 were memory modifications, specific events removed. She couldn't tell him what the events were, only that the gaps existed. 1 was a compulsion, a mild one, buried so deep and placed so early that it had shaped his behavioral patterns in ways she declined to speculate on until it was removed. The remaining 4 were a clustered group placed all at once, about 2 years ago, targeted and deliberate, all touching the same area. What area? Harry said. Wandless magic, she said. And intent-based casting. Which means the things I could do without a wand, Harry said slowly, and without trying, would have been considerably more consistent, she said, without those 4. He sat with this. He sat with this for a long time, longer than he'd sat with any of the other pieces, and Vance let him because she was very good at knowing when silence was working. When he finally looked up, his expression was clear. Not angry, clear, in the way that a sky is clear after a storm, not empty but unobstructed. Remove them, he said. All of them. Start with the oldest. The unblocking took 2 hours. It was not painful. Vance had told the truth about that. But disorienting turned out to be an understatement of considerable size. What happened to Harry in those 2 hours was not like dreaming, not like remembering, not like anything he had a good word for in either the magical or the muggle vocabulary he'd arrived at Hogwarts with. It was more like standing in a room you've lived in all your life and watching someone open windows you'd never noticed were there. The light didn't hurt. That was the strangest part. You'd expect light coming in for the first time to be blinding, but it wasn't. It just expanded the room. Made visible what had always been there but unlit. The magical perception came back first, because it was the oldest and the simplest structurally, and when it settled into place Harry had to put both hands flat on the bed because the castle, which had been impressive and ancient and large, was suddenly and undeniably alive in a way it hadn't been 3 seconds ago. He could feel, not quite hear, not quite see, but feel, the enchantments in the walls. The moving stairs. The portraits with their contained spark of preserved consciousness. The deep slow heartbeat of something old and protective in the stone itself. He breathed through it. It was overwhelming for about 30 seconds and then it organized itself, filing into the background the way a clock ticking in a room eventually becomes inaudible. All right? Vance said. Yes, he said. Keep going. The ability suppressions went next. He didn't feel those come back the way he'd felt the perception, there was no immediate rush, more a quiet settling, like a river running into a wider channel. He wouldn't know what had changed until he tried things. That was all right. He wasn't trying things right now. The compulsion, when it went, was the strangest sensation of all. He didn't know what it had been compelling, Vance had been careful not to speculate, but when it released he felt something in his chest ease in a way that was so fundamental he'd never noticed it was there. He'd assumed that was just what existing felt like. He understood now that it wasn't. He felt, sitting on the hospital bed at 10 in the morning on September 2nd, more comfortable in his own skin than he could remember ever feeling. He also felt quite clearly that the compulsion had been about diminishing himself. About staying small. About not asking too many questions, not pushing, not asserting. The specific feeling of a doormat that hadn't known it was a doormat until it was no longer on the floor. He breathed in. He breathed out. He did not say what he was thinking about the person who had placed it. The 4 clustered blocks were last. Vance was more careful with these, taking almost 40 minutes on the cluster where she'd spent 5 on the individual ones. When they released, the sensation was not subtle at all. It was a crack, like ice breaking, and then, warmth. Immediate and deep. Coming from his own hands, his own skin, a circulation of something that had been dammed for 2 years and was now simply flowing. He held up his right hand and looked at it. He thought about light. The air around his fingers shimmered. Not a burst, not an explosion, a shimmer, warm and golden, perfectly controlled, and he'd done it deliberately on his first attempt without a wand in his hand or any particular effort beyond the intention. Vance made a sound. It was not a professional sound. It was the sound of a person who had been doing a technical job and suddenly looked up and found themselves looking at something else entirely. "Oh," she said softly. Harry lowered his hand. The shimmer stopped exactly when he wanted it to. "Is that normal?" he said. "No," she said, and then, correcting herself, "what I mean is, your level of control, on the first attempt, immediately post-removal, with no wand, no. That's not typical. But the ability itself? Wandless magic exists," she said carefully. "Many powerful witches and wizards develop some capacity over time. It's unusual in children. It's very unusual at your level." She looked at him. "You should know that this is going to attract attention." "I know," Harry said. "Good." She blinked. "I spent 10 years," he said, "being as invisible as possible. I'm done with that." Neville Longbottom came to the hospital wing just after 11. His grandmother had arrived at 8:30 by flu, Augusta Longbottom, a woman who wore a hat with a live vulture on it and walked as though the floor owed her something, and who upon being informed by the ministry welfare officer of the previous night's events had gone very still and then said, in a voice that stripped paint, "Show me." She'd reviewed the audit results for Neville with Amelia Bones personally, and then she had gone very quiet, and then she had said, "My son was the best Auror of his generation." She didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. She brought Neville herself. He sat across from Vance and Augusta stood at his shoulder like a sentinel, and when Vance described what the diagnostics showed, 1 block, deep, placed at age 4, covering his entire natural magical output pathway, Augusta Longbottom made a sound. It was small and involuntary and she immediately suppressed it. But it was there. The sound of someone understanding something they had been paying for without knowing the debt existed. "Someone convinced me," Augusta said quietly, to no one in particular, "that he was a squib risk. That the early signs were limited. I nearly sent him to Muggle school." A pause. "Someone told me to be patient. That some children develop late. That I should expect less." Vance said nothing. She didn't need to. The silence said what everyone in the room was thinking. "Do it," Augusta said. Neville's unblocking took 20 minutes, which suggested the block was not as architecturally complex as Harry's. But the result of the unblocking was not subtle. Neville was holding his wand before Vance had finished. She'd told him he could, as a focus point, and when the block released, the wand produced a shower of silver sparks that hit the ceiling and left scorch marks. Not because he was trying. Because he wasn't, because the magic simply came out with the force of something that had been under pressure for 7 years and finally found an opening. Neville stared at the wand in his hand. "Oh," he said. And then, "Oh. That's what it's supposed to feel like." Augusta Longbottom sat down very abruptly in the chair beside him and put her hand over his, and said nothing, and Harry, who had come in from the corridor where he'd been sitting with Hermione and Ron when Neville arrived, watched through the doorway and thought about doors and rooms and light and the specific enormity of finding out you were never who they said you were. Ron appeared at Harry's elbow. He'd been quiet all morning, which was unusual enough that Harry had been tracking it. "My mum old," Ron said, in a low voice. "She wants all of us scanned." All her kids. Even the twins, even though they're older. He paused. She's quite upset. In the particular way that my mom gets upset when someone's done something wrong near her children. Is that a very specific type of upset? Harry said. Mate, Ron said, you have no idea. Hermione said, from his other side, my parents responded immediately. Both of them. They want to come in person. She'd been holding her book all morning without opening it once, which told Harry considerably more about her state of mind than anything she'd said. They'll be here this afternoon. Inside the ward, Augusta Longbottom had recovered her composure and was in low, intense conversation with Neville, whose expression was the expression of someone receiving information they'd needed for a very long time. His toad sat on the bed beside him, apparently undisturbed by everything. Amelia Bones walked down the corridor from the other direction and stopped when she saw the small cluster by the doorway. She looked at Harry. How do you feel? She said. Different, Harry said. Better. She nodded, once. The audit crystal secondary sweep is done, she said. She was talking to Harry, but she said it in the register of someone including everyone present. We've confirmed the caster signatures on all 72 blocks. And this morning we've started pulling the magical records to trace when each one was placed. She paused. We found something in your file that I want to talk to you about. Not now, tonight, if you're willing. I'd like McGonagall present. All right, Harry said. One thing I'll tell you now. She looked at him carefully. The compulsion that was removed this morning, we've matched its signature to a specific date. September the 1st, 1981. You were 3 months old. Harry did the calculation immediately. That was before he started. Before the war ended, Amelia said. Yes. Before Voldemort, several people in earshot flinched. Amelia did not. Neither did Harry. Attempted to kill you. Before any of this was, as far as the public narrative goes, relevant. She held his gaze. There was a plan in place before the event that made you famous. A plan that required a version of you that was manageable. The corridor was very quiet. Harry thought about the compulsion releasing. About the feeling of a doormat that hadn't known it was on the floor. About 15 months old and a block on his perception and a plan that was older than his scar. Right, he said. He said it the way you say a word when you've replaced a large emotion with a small clean one as a temporary measure while you figure out what to do with the large one. Tonight, Amelia said. 6 o'clock. My temporary office, the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. I'll be there, he said. She nodded and moved on, and Harry turned and went down the corridor in the opposite direction, and Ron fell into step beside him without being asked, which Harry noted and appreciated. You're all right? Ron said. Yes, Harry said, and meant it. Because that was a lot. Yes. I'm still all right. Harry paused at the staircase. I think I'd like to go outside for a bit. To the grounds. Yeah, Ron said immediately. Good idea. Hermione? Coming, she said, tucking her book under her arm. But I want to walk near the greenhouses. I want to see if the magical botany section is accessible. Professor Sprout mentioned something about mandrakes this morning in passing, and I want to know if, Hermione, Ron said, with the patience of someone already recognizing a pattern that would define his next 7 years. Walking, she said. I can talk and walk. They went down the stairs and out into the September morning. The grounds were bright. The lake was flat and silver in the early light, and the giant squid had left a faint impression in the surface near the far bank, a slow disturbance that spread and faded. The mountains beyond the forest were the blue of very early autumn. The air was sharp and smelled like grass and cold water, and something that Harry, with his restored magical perception, was now identifying as the ambient charge of a heavily enchanted landscape, not unpleasant, like the smell just before a storm. He sat on the grass near the water with Ron on his left and Hermione on his right and watched the lake. He was aware, without much deliberate thought about it, of the castle behind him. Of the Aurors at the perimeter. Of the portraits in the towers that were now documented witnesses to decades of interference. Of the deep enchantments in the stone that had been there before Dumbledore, before his plans, before any of this, doing the patient old work of protecting children. He was also aware of his own hands in his lap. He'd only done it once, in the hospital wing. One shimmer of wandless light. But it had felt, the way walking feels when you've been sitting for too long. Natural. Straightforward. A mechanism that had been blocked for 2 years and was now simply operational. He thought about what it meant to be genuinely OP in a world that had arranged, very carefully, for you to be manageable. He looked at the lake. He thought, I'm 11 and I've only just gotten my wand and I haven't taken a single lesson and someone apparently considered me dangerous enough at 3 months old to start suppressing. He thought, what happens when I learn something? Something, whether it was amusement or anticipation or something that didn't have a word yet, moved through him. Not arrogance. Something quieter and more settled. Hermione, he said. She'd opened her book again. This time she was actually reading it. Can I borrow that when you're done? She looked up. It's about magical law. I know. She looked at him for a moment, the evaluating look, the one that was her default with new information. Then she turned to the relevant section, folded the page corner down with neat precision, and handed it across Ron without a word. Ron was looking at the lake. My brothers said, he started, and then stopped. Which brothers? Harry said. Fred and George. They said there's already an owl from the prophet, someone saw last night, from outside the grounds, apparently, or a portrait said something, and the story's already out. He paused. They said the headline is, he stopped again. What? Hermione said. Ron pulled a folded piece of parchment from his pocket. One of the twins had clearly written it down and passed it to him at breakfast. He smoothed it out. Dumbledore flees Hogwarts as Ministry finds 72 evidence of magical crimes, head of Emily vows arrest, he read. He folded it back up. Mum's going to be in the prophet as well. She already sent another owl, 6 owls this morning total, she's going to run out of owls, Ron, Harry said. Yeah. What do you think? Not what your mum thinks. What do you think? Ron was quiet. He looked at the lake. He was clearly doing the particular difficult work of an honest person who had grown up with a simple clear picture of how things were, trying to look at that picture from a new angle. I think, he said slowly, that if someone messed with Percy's head, or the twins, or Gin's, my mum would level the Quidditch pitch. He paused. And I think, Dumbledore's on every chocolate frog card I own. I've seen his face since I was 3. And he stopped. It's weird. Is what it is. It's really weird. Yeah, Harry said. But I think you're right, Ron said. Madam Bones. I think she's right. Harry nodded. So do I. The lake moved. The mountains were blue. Behind them, the castle was working, its deep slow mechanism of old protections, and somewhere in it Amelia Bones was building a case with the methodical patience of someone who had decided that this specific pile of evidence was going to reach the right destination even if she had to carry it there herself. Hermione read. Ron watched the lake. Harry looked at his hands. Later, he'd find out later that this was the same morning that the prophet owls began arriving at homes across Britain, and that by noon the magical world had been cracked open in a way that nothing had cracked it since 1981, and that people were sitting in their kitchens and their sitting rooms staring at the headline with expressions very like the one McGonagall had worn when she'd seen the number 68. But right now it was September morning and the air smelled like autumn and the lake was silver and Harry Potter, all of him, properly, for what felt like the first time, sat on the grass and breathed. Chapter 3, The architecture, the defense against the dark arts classroom had been turned into something that felt more like a war room than a temporary office, and Amelia Bones liked it that way. The student desks had been pushed to the walls. In their place stood 3 tall corkboards covered in parchment, photographs, dates, magical signature readings, names connected by different colored thread. Red for confirmed blocks. Blue for caster signature matches. Green for timeline correlation. The green threads were the most disturbing, because they made the whole thing look not like a collection of incidents but like a plan, which was what it was. It was 5:45 when Harry arrived. He was 15 minutes early, which she'd expected. McGonagall was already there, sitting very straight in a chair she'd conjured for herself, wearing fresh robes and the expression of someone who had spent the day working through grief by converting it systematically into resolve. It was a process Amelia recognized and respected. Snape was also there, which Harry had not expected. He was standing at the far corkboard with his arms folded, looking at the green threads, and he didn't turn when Harry entered, but his posture shifted in the way of someone who was aware of exactly who had just walked in. He'd changed robes since last night, but he looked no more rested than anyone else. His expression was, not quite guilt and not quite defensiveness. Something held in careful suspension between the two. Harry looked at him. Snape looked at the board. Neither of them said anything. Amelia said, "Sit down, Harry. This won't take forever, but it will take a while." Harry sat. McGonagall gave him the briefest look, an inventory, checking him over the way you check a student who's had a difficult day, and seemed satisfied with what she found. "I'll start with what the records tell us," Amelia said, turning from the board. She didn't use notes. She'd been building this picture for 6 months and had it in a particular order. "Then you can ask whatever you want." "Agreed?" "Agreed," Harry said. "October 31st, 1981, she began. You are 15 months old. Voldemort attacks your family home in Godric's Hollow. Your father is killed. Your mother is killed. The killing curse rebounds from you, we don't know the mechanism, that's a separate matter, and Voldemort is temporarily destroyed. The war ends." None of this was new information. Harry had been told the outline on the train, in fragments, by Ron. He'd been told more by Hagrid in the brief conversation they'd had on September 1st. He nodded. "What happens next," Amelia said, "is the part that you haven't been told. Or rather, you were told a version of it. Here's the actual version." She moved to the first board. "Your father had a best friend. Sirius Black. Your godfather. Designated guardian in your parents' will, a copy of which was filed with Gringotts on March 17, 1980, 18 months before the attack. The will is unambiguous. In the event of James and Lily Potter's deaths, custody of Harry James Potter passes immediately to Sirius Orion Black." Harry was very still. "Sirius Black was arrested 2 days after the attack," Amelia continued, and her voice was level but not quite neutral, something underneath it, something controlled. "Accused of betraying your parents to Voldemort and of killing 13 people, 12 muggles and 1 wizard, in the street outside a cafe in Charing Cross Road. He was given no trial. No hearing. No Veritaserum interview, no Wisengamot review. He was placed directly into Azkaban by direct order of the then Minister for Magic, at the recommendation of," she stopped and pointed at the board. "At a name at the center of the green threads." Harry followed the point. "Dumbledore recommended he skip trial?" Harry said. "Dumbledore recommended that the case was open and shut and that the minister act quickly, before any of Voldemort's remaining sympathizers in the legal system could interfere," Amelia said. Which was not an entirely unreasonable argument in the specific climate of November 1981. The ministry was in chaos. Half the Wisengamot had been compromised. There was genuine fear of interference. A pause. It was also, as it happens, extraordinarily convenient. Because if Sirius was in Azkaban, he couldn't claim guardianship, Amelia said. He couldn't contest custody. He couldn't ask any questions about where you were being taken, or by whom, or under what authority. Harry breathed. You were placed at Privet Drive, Amelia continued, by Albus Dumbledore. No magical child services filing. No court authorization. No documentation of any kind beyond an internal Hogwarts administrative note, the one with the blank sealed notation that Professor McGonagall found last night. She looked at him. You were placed there because Lily Potter had a sister, Petunia, who was Muggle. And a Muggle household, especially one with the specific blood protection that your mother's sacrifice created, suited certain, long-term requirements. What requirements? Harry said. McGonagall made a very small sound. It was not a word. It was the sound of someone who had been putting things together all day and was still finding new pieces. Amelia looked at Harry directly. We're still building the full picture, she said. But what we can see from the block architecture, from the type and the timing and the specific targeting of the suppressions placed on you, is that someone wanted you in a particular condition by the time you arrived at Hogwarts. Accessible. Controllable. Powerful enough to be useful, but not powerful enough to operate independently. Grateful. She paused on that word. Someone who needed you grateful. The room was quiet except for the fire in the grate. Snape turned from the board. He didn't speak immediately. He looked at Harry with an expression that was clearly undergoing renovation, something old and habitual being dismantled and replaced with something he clearly hadn't decided the shape of yet. Finally he said, the compulsion placed at 3 months. The one removed this morning. He stopped. What about it? Harry said. I knew about it, Snape said. McGonagall's head turned sharply. Harry looked at him steadily. Snape met the look, didn't flinch from it, which Harry noted. Not when it was placed, Snape said. I didn't know about you at all when you were 3 months old, your father and I were not, he stopped again, chose a different path. I found out approximately 4 years ago. I found the record of it in a document that I was not meant to see. I confronted Dumbledore. And? Amelia said. He told me it was necessary, Snape said, with no inflection at all. That you needed to be prepared. That certain qualities in you needed to be directed rather than allowed to develop freely. That the greater good required, he stopped. The word greater good had a quality in his mouth like something rotting. And you said nothing, Harry said. Not accusatory. Just observing. No, Snape said. I said nothing. The fire crackled. Harry looked at him for a long moment, the full looking, with the restored perception, and what he felt from Snape was complicated in ways he didn't have the vocabulary for yet. Not malice. Something thornier. The specific self-loathing of a man who has justified something to himself for so long that the justification has become part of his structure. Why are you here tonight? Harry said. Snape's jaw tightened. Because I have information that the investigation needs. And because, a pause that cost him something. Because I owe you a debt I cannot repay with information alone, but I can start there. Harry nodded. Once. Short. All right, he said, and turned back to Amelia. Tell me about Sirius Black. The meeting ran until 9. By the end of it Harry knew the following: Sirius Black had never had a trial. The only evidence against him was eyewitness testimony from a crowd of shocked muggles and the account of one other wizard who had been in the street. That wizard's name was Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew had testified that Sirius was the traitor, had confronted him in the street, and that Sirius had killed him along with 12 muggles and laughed. Pettigrew was honored posthumously, as nothing remained of him but a finger. He had a memorial in the wizarding village of Godric's Hollow. Amelia watched Harry process this. Pettigrew's body was never recovered, she said. Only a finger. And Sirius has been in Azkaban for 10 years without a trial, Harry said. Yes. Where is this in the investigation? I've opened a formal case review, Amelia said. It won't move quickly. Azkaban cases involving a conviction of this profile require full Wisengamot review, and the Wisengamot is currently occupied with, she gestured at the boards. Then I want to be at whatever the first hearing is, Harry said. Amelia looked at him carefully. You're 11, he's my godfather, Harry said. I have standing. Don't I? A pause. McGonagall made a sound that might have been the start of an objection and reconsidered it. Technically, Amelia said, as the heir to the Potter estate and the subject of the custody order, you have standing in any proceeding that touches the custody arrangement. Which the Sirius Black case does, directly. She paused. I'll make a note of it. Harry filed that away. Snape left the meeting first, with a slight stiff nod at Harry that was not quite an apology and not quite acknowledgement and was, Harry thought, about the most Snape was currently capable of in that direction. Harry watched him go and said nothing. When they were alone, just Amelia and McGonagall and Harry and the fire, McGonagall said, quietly, how are you actually doing? Harry thought about the question seriously. I'm angry, he said. But it's organized anger. I know what it's about and I know what I want to do about it. He paused. Is that normal? No, McGonagall said. Absolutely not. Harry almost smiled. The unblocking this morning, it helped. Vance was right. It's not that I got anything back, exactly. It's more that I can think properly. He looked at the boards. I've been operating at reduced, everything. My whole life. And I didn't know what full was. So I can't be devastated by a loss I didn't know about. He paused. What I feel is more like, finding out the room was bigger than you thought. McGonagall was looking at him with the expression she'd had after her own unblocking, that specific clarity. You'll need to be careful, she said. Not because you should hide anything. But because the people around you will need time. The world has a fixed idea of what you are. I know, Harry said. I've noticed. Don't let it slow you down, McGonagall said. Which was, Harry thought, a rather different version of be careful than he'd expected from a teacher. He appreciated it enormously. The Prophet story broke at full volume on September 3rd. By breakfast that morning, the stack of newspapers at the Gryffindor table was so large that it toppled twice before Fred Weasley implemented a stabilizing charm that his twin immediately improved. The headline, which had upgraded from the night edition's relatively measured version, read, in letters so large they took up a third of the front page, Dumbledore, dark wizard or misguided genius? 72 memory crimes found at Hogwarts, full Auror investigation underway. Dark wizard seems a bit much, Ron said, reading over George's shoulder. It does, but it also sells papers, George said. They've got a quote from Madame Bones, Hermione said, from 3 seats down. She'd commandeered her own copy and was reading it with focused intensity. The evidence is clear and the law is clear. There are no exceptions for prominence or reputation. Every person in Britain has the right to the contents of their own memory. Madame Bones. That's really good. She's good at quotes, Harry said. He'd also read the article, quickly, before moving on to the letter from the Gringotts representative that had been waiting for him at the table, an owl he hadn't expected, formal and heavy-sealed, which he'd pocketed for later. The Great Hall was at a particular pitch that morning. Not chaotic, more like a sustained hum of high-frequency collective emotion, the sound of hundreds of people in various stages of recalibrating something fundamental. The older students were having intense conversations. Some of the prefects looked like they hadn't slept. 2 Slytherin 7th years near the door were in what appeared to be a very controlled argument that had something to do with whether institutional loyalty was obligatory or earned. McGonagall arrived at the staff table and the noise dropped 2 registers immediately, which was not because she asked for quiet. It was because she sat down with the energy of someone who had made decisions and was now operating from them, and people felt it the way animals feel a change in pressure. Quirrell was not at the staff table. He'd been removed to ministry custody the previous evening for evaluation of his Class 3 behavioral compulsion. His seat was empty and no one mentioned it. After breakfast, Harry walked to the charms corridor, not because he had charms yet, classes hadn't started properly, just because the upper corridors were less crowded and he wanted to think, and found himself walking alongside Susan Bones, who appeared from a side corridor with the specific trajectory of someone who'd been going somewhere and found someone interesting in the way. They'd been introduced briefly the night of the sorting, or rather, had noticed each other in the particular way of children who were both, for different reasons, more aware of the room than other children their age. "My aunt told me you're part of the investigation now," Susan said, falling into step beside him. She said it matter-of-factly, not accusingly. "Not officially. But she's keeping you informed." "Is that a problem?" Harry said. "No," Susan said immediately. "I'm just saying I know." She paused. "She doesn't normally do that. Keep civilians informed. Even family. She told me what she was doing last night in about 3 sentences and then told me to focus on transfiguration." A slight pause that might have been affectionate. "She's like that. She's good at her job," Harry said. "She's the best," Susan said, without hesitation or performance. "Just fact. She's been trying to fix the MLE for 15 years. Most people think it can't be done because the ministry is," she seemed to search for a word, "very attached to being the way it is." "What does she think?" "She thinks institutions are just people who got organized, and people can always change if you give them a sufficient reason." Susan paused. "She thinks this is a sufficient reason." They walked a bit. "Are you all right?" Harry said. "With all of it? Your aunt at the center of it." Susan considered this seriously. She had, Harry was noticing, a quality of genuine consideration to her, not slow, but thorough. She didn't answer things before she'd actually thought about them. "I'm proud of her," Susan said. "I'm also the girl at school whose aunt just upended everyone's entire childhood understanding of how the world works. Those two things are both true, and it's a bit," she made a gesture that suggested the weight of it. "Yeah," Harry said. "Also no one's going to stop talking about it," she said. "For years, probably." "Probably," Harry agreed. "But that's all right," she said, with the particular resolution of someone who had clearly thought about this and decided. Some things should be talked about. They parted at the end of the corridor. She was going to find her housemates, he was going to find Amelia's temporary office, and Harry watched her go and thought that Amelia Bones's niece was someone he was glad to know. The investigation had taken on a specific architectural focus by day 3. The 72 blocks were no longer just a number. They were a diagram, and the diagram had logic. Amelia had it on the largest corkboard now, and she walked Harry and McGonagall through it that afternoon because McGonagall had asked and Harry had appeared in the doorway at the right moment and Amelia had made the pragmatic assessment that he was going to notice things the adults missed. The blocks weren't placed randomly, she said, using a pointer that she'd conjured because she gestured when she talked and she'd nearly knocked 3 files off the board already. "Look at the timeline." She tapped the green threads. First block placed, September of 1966. On a third-year student. We've traced the record. The student graduated, went into herbology research, is now 58 years old and living in Edinburgh. She had 1 block. We've interviewed her. What was the block on? McGonagall said. A memory of witnessing a conversation between Dumbledore and another student. She couldn't tell us the content, she doesn't have it, but she remembered having the memory, which sometimes persists even when the content is removed. She said, Amelia checked her notes, that she'd seen something that frightened her at the time, and then the next day she couldn't remember what it was, and she'd assumed she'd imagined being frightened. 58 years old, McGonagall said quietly. 58 years of not knowing. The blocks cluster in periods, Amelia continued, moving the pointer along the timeline. 1966, then nothing until 1971. Then 1978 to 1981, a dense cluster, lots of blocks placed in a short time. Then quiet again until 1986. And then, the pointer stopped at a dense section in the recent end of the timeline, steady and frequent from 1989 to last year. The last block was placed 8 months ago. On Madame Pomfrey. What was Madame Pomfrey's block covering? Harry said. Amelia looked at him. A student who came in for treatment approximately 8 months ago with injuries that she felt were inconsistent with the stated cause. The room was very quiet. She reported it, McGonagall said. It wasn't a question. It was a hope. She reported it, Amelia confirmed. To Dumbledore, as per the reporting protocol he established when he became headmaster. The protocol that required all student welfare concerns to pass through his office first. A pause. The block was placed the same afternoon. McGonagall stood up, walked to the window, and stood there looking at the grounds for 30 seconds with her back very straight and her hands clasped behind her. The reporting protocol was created, she said, not turning, 12 years ago. I raised concerns at the time about centralizing welfare reports. He told me it was for efficiency. Yes, Amelia said. I have said nothing to you, McGonagall said, turning, that I didn't think needed to be said. I have been precise and measured in every conversation we've had this week because I believe in precision and measure. She stopped. I am going to need 5 minutes. Of course, Amelia said. McGonagall walked out. Harry watched the door close. She's going to be the best thing that happens to this school, he said. Amelia glanced at him. Yes, she said. I think so. A pause. Don't be in a hurry for her to rush those 5 minutes. He nodded. He looked at the board. Specifically at the 1978 to 1981 cluster. There were 7 blocks in that period, and they were connected by a thread to a separate piece of parchment pinned at the side, names, ages, descriptions. The 1978 cluster, he said. That's when my parents were at school. Yes. Were any of the blocks on people in their year? Amelia walked to the relevant section of the board and pulled a file from the stack at the base. 3. One on a student we haven't identified yet, the record only has a student number, and cross-referencing is ongoing. 1 on Remus Lupin. Who's Remus Lupin? A friend of your father's. He's been living quietly in the West Country. The block on him covers a period of approximately 6 months in his 7th year. She paused. The 3rd was on your mother. Harry didn't look away from the board. What was her block on? He said. It covered a conversation, Amelia said carefully. We recovered partial content through the diagnostic, not full, because some degradation has occurred, but partial. The conversation was between your mother and Dumbledore, approximately 2 months before she and your father went into hiding. She looked at him directly. She was telling him that she didn't want you hidden. That she'd found another option. That she had a theory, about the magic, about what you were, about what might happen if Voldemort came for you, and she wanted to pursue it rather than simply hide and wait. Harry was very still. He blocked that, Harry said. We believe the block was placed and that she pursued the hiding option as planned, Amelia said. We believe she may have rediscovered the theory through independent work later. There are notes in the Gringotts vault documents that suggest she was still working on something in the months before she died. She paused. We don't know what she'd found. The vault documents are partial. Harry looked at the board for a long time. His mother had found something. Had tried to tell someone about it. Had been blocked and redirected. Had kept working anyway, quietly, on her own, in the months before the attack. Whatever she'd found, Harry was increasingly certain it was related to what had happened when the killing curse rebounded. And Dumbledore had known about it, or suspected it, and had, what? Blocked her to prevent her from pursuing it? Or blocked her to keep the knowledge contained, so that he was the one who controlled the interpretation of what you were? He filed it. He'd come back to it. The architectural conclusion, Harry said. Of the full 72. What does it look like? If you had to describe the shape of it. Amelia was quiet for a moment. She looked at the board. It looks, she said, like someone managing a narrative. Removing evidence that the narrative was wrong. Redirecting people who'd noticed inconsistencies. Ensuring that the people closest to key events had specific gaps so they couldn't compare notes. She tapped the board. It looks like someone who was very intelligent and very patient and had a very clear idea of how the story was supposed to go. She looked at him. And you were the center of the story. I know, Harry said. What I want you to understand, she said, is that knowing that, and knowing the law exists to address it, means you don't need to do anything reckless. The mechanism is working. I know, Harry said again. But the mechanism didn't catch this for 50 years. She couldn't argue with that, so she didn't. McGonagall came back. She looked, not better, exactly. More like someone who had processed one specific thing and was now ready to process the next one. She sat down. There's a leak, she said. Both of them looked at her. Someone has been feeding information to the Wisengamot's conservative bloc, she said. Not detailed information. But enough that two of them have filed procedural objections to the emergency session. They're trying to slow it down. She set a piece of parchment on the table. I received this an hour ago. A contact at the ministry. Amelia picked it up, read it, and her expression went through several things in quick succession. Dumbledore's allies are moving. It appears so, McGonagall said. The procedural objections are from Arcturus Selwyn and Hortense Folly. Both of whom have been Dumbledore supporters since before the war. They can delay, Amelia said. They can't stop it. The evidence is documented. They don't need to stop it, McGonagall said. They need to slow it long enough for public opinion to fracture. For doubt to be planted. For people who want to believe in him to have a reason to. She looked at Amelia. The press is already divided. There's a piece in the Quibbler this morning saying the whole thing is a ministry conspiracy to remove the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. Who reads the Quibbler? Harry said. More people than the answer to that question implies, Amelia said grimly. Harry thought. He thought about the mechanism, the investigation, the Wisengamot session, the evidence, and about the counter-mechanism already assembling itself around it, and about how evidence doesn't matter if you can't get people to look at it long enough to understand it. The public session, he said. The Wisengamot emergency hearing. Is it public? Standard Wisengamot hearings are, Amelia started. Can it be made public? Harry said. Not just the gallery. Actually public. So the prophet runs the full testimony. So the evidence is stated in open session where everyone can read it. McGonagall looked at him sharply. Amelia was still. There are precedents for open hearings, McGonagall said slowly. When the public interest is obviously implicated here, Harry said. 72 blocks on people in a school that everyone's child has attended for 100 years. If that's not public interest, the objection will be that it prejudices the proceedings, Amelia said. The leak already prejudiced them, Harry said. In the other direction. Amelia looked at him for a long moment. You're 11, she said. So keep saying, Harry said. Does that change the logic? A pause. No, Amelia said. She picked up her quill. I'll file the public interest application tomorrow morning. It'll take 2 days to process, which puts us tight against the hearing date. What do you need from me? Harry said. Nothing yet. Your turn will come. She looked at him steadily. When it does, I need you to be exactly what you are. Not a victim. Not a symbol. Just, clear. I can do clear, Harry said. The first class Harry Potter attended at Hogwarts was Transfiguration, which was both alphabetically first and chronologically first on the schedule that had been distributed on September 3rd, and it took place at 9 in the morning in a classroom that smelled like chalk and old wood and the specific magical charge of a room where things were routinely transformed into other things. McGonagall stood at the front. She looked exactly like herself, the severe robes, the tight bun, the precise posture, the expression of someone prepared for the full range of competence and incompetence that first-year students reliably produced. But Harry, sitting in the second row with Ron to his left and Hermione to his right and Neville behind, noticed the thing that had changed since the unblocking and the 5 minutes at the window and the evening of architectural discovery. She looked like herself fully. Like a person who had gotten something back and was now operating at the right size. She began with her standard opening, the match, the needle, the direct statement that transfiguration was the most complex and dangerous branch of magic they would study and that anyone who treated it as entertainment would be asked to leave. Standard. But then she added something that Harry suspected was not standard. The fundamental principle of transfiguration, she said, looking at the class with a quality that was more direct than pedagogical, is that everything has a true form. The match is always also the needle. Your work is not to impose one form onto the other, but to perceive the thing clearly enough that it perceives itself. A pause. That applies to rather more things than matchsticks. Begin. Harry looked at the match. He thought about perception. About the restored awareness that had been sitting in the background like a new sense he was still calibrating. He thought about what Vance had said, the room was bigger than you thought, and looked at the match not as a small wooden stick that he needed to change into a small metal stick, but as, the match turned into a needle. Not gradually. Not with any of the intermediate stages that Hermione's notes, which she'd written in advance from extra reading and had generously shared, indicated should accompany a first transfiguration attempt. It was there, and then it was a needle, with the kind of nonchalance that should have required several weeks of practice. McGonagall appeared at his elbow in approximately 4 seconds. She picked up the needle. Examined it. Set it down. Looked at Harry. Do it again, she said. But this time, explain to me what you were doing internally. Harry thought. He picked up the needle, which was back to a match again, and looked at it. I was thinking about what it actually was, he said, rather than what I needed it to become. And? He thought the needle again. The match became a needle. McGonagall made the sound she'd been making a lot lately, the quiet oh of someone updating a model they'd been running. Again, she said. But make it silver this time. He looked at her. She looked back. He looked at the match. He thought about silver needles, about what the match actually was, about the properties of the material versus the shape of the material. A silver needle. Hermione, who had been watching from 2 seats down with an expression of intense scientific interest, said, very quietly, "Oh, that's not fair," in a tone that suggested she was simultaneously delighted and personally challenged. It's entirely fair, Harry said. You've been reading about it for years. I've had mine for 3 minutes. That is a very good point, she conceded, and went back to her match with renewed intensity. Ron was looking at his match. He looked at Harry. He looked at his match. Just think about what it actually is, Harry said. I'm thinking very hard about a match right now, Ron said. The match remained a match, but it was very definitely being thought at. Neville, from the row behind, produced a match that was partially a needle, about halfway down, and held it up with the expression of someone who had expected exactly nothing from themselves and received something, and wasn't sure what to do with that yet. Harry turned and looked at it properly. With the perception. The other half knows it's supposed to be a needle, Harry said. It just doesn't believe it can get there. Tell it it can. Neville looked at him. Seriously, Harry said. Neville looked at the match needle. Told it, apparently internally, that it could. The bottom half became a needle. Neville stared at it for a long time. I want a word with you after class, Mr. Longbottom, McGonagall said, stopping at his elbow. Her voice was entirely normal, but her eyes were doing the updated model thing again. By the end of the first week, Hogwarts had settled into a new rhythm that was both ordinary and entirely not. Classes were happening. The curriculum was running. Meals were served on time, and the castle's impersonal institutional metabolism continued without disruption. But threaded through everything was the ongoing investigation, Aurors still visible at the perimeter, ministry files being reviewed in the Great Hall every evening, Amelia's assistant making daily trips to and from the ministry by port key, the steady awareness of something large and unresolved that everyone was living alongside. Snape's potions class happened on Friday afternoon. Harry had been curious about it, not because of Snape specifically but because potions was, according to Hermione's advanced research notes, one of the few magical disciplines that rewarded a specific kind of intelligence rather than raw magical power. It was chemistry with magical catalysts, and Harry had always been good at noticing how things worked. He was also curious about Snape, in the specific way you're curious about someone whose moral situation you find genuinely complex rather than dismissible. Snape's classroom was cold and smelled of things Harry couldn't quite identify and was lit by torches that seemed to produce more shadow than light. He began class the same way the book said he always did, the roll call with the deliberate pause at Harry's name, the performance of scrutiny. But then he stopped. Mr. Potter, he said. He said it flatly, without the characteristic baited quality that everyone from Ron to the twins had warned Harry about. Professor, Harry said. Snape looked at him for a long moment. The class was very still, they'd all heard the warnings, all knew the reputation, and were waiting for the specific social drama they'd been told to expect. It didn't come. I will be asking you questions this semester as I ask all my students, Snape said. If you don't know the answer, say so. If you do know it, give it precisely. A pause. I don't award points for performance. Only accuracy. He moved to the board. He began the lesson. Harry watched his back and thought about a man who had known about a compulsion placed on a 3-month-old child and said nothing for 4 years, and who was now sitting with that specific choice in the same room as the person most affected by it, and who had chosen to show up rather than not, which was insufficient but not nothing. He paid attention to the lecture. Snape was, Harry had to admit this, filing it away as information rather than complication, an extraordinary teacher. When he wasn't performing intimidation, when he was just talking about potions, his voice had a different quality. Precise, fast, connecting things in ways that made the subject feel like logic rather than mystery. When Snape asked the class about bezoars, Harry answered. Correctly, concisely, without elaboration. Snape gave him a look that was hard to read. Not approval exactly. Something more reluctant than that. Correct, Snape said, and moved on. Ron, from the next stool, leaned incrementally closer and whispered, "Did he just not be terrible?" Apparently, Harry whispered back. Unprecedented, Ron whispered. Friday evening, Amelia came to Harry with new information. She found him in the library. He'd commandeered a table near the back with Hermione, both of them reading, which was a conjunction of purposes that suited them both. She set a file on the table without preamble. "Peter Pettigrew," she said. Harry looked up. "He's alive," she said. "Or, there's reason to believe he may be. We've been reviewing the evidence from the 1981 case, and the forensics from the Charing Cross incident don't." She stopped. Looked at Hermione, who was showing no signs of going anywhere. "She's read the file," Amelia surmised. "I haven't," Hermione said. "But I can tell by the way you're talking that Pettigrew's death was staged to frame Black." A pause. 12 muggles and 1 wizard killed, but only a finger recovered of the supposed victim, and the evidence attributed to Black was solely eyewitness testimony from a crowd in a war context. Forensic gaps consistent with someone who faked their own death and framed a convenient patsy. She looked at Amelia. I've been reading criminal procedure. Amelia looked at her for a moment. I'm going to pretend, she said, that I'm not impressed by that. It's fine if you are, Hermione said. Amelia sat down. We have reason to believe Pettigrew is alive. We're running trace charms. It's early. But it's Liv. She looked at Harry. If Pettigrew is alive and we can find him, and if Sirius Black's case comes to full Wisengamot review with Pettigrew testimony, Sirius could be released, Harry said. Could be. Depending on the testimony. Depending on whether Pettigrew can be located and whether the full evidence survives a challenge. She paused. I want to be honest with you. It may take time. It may take a lot of time. Azkaban case reviews are, I know, Harry said. You've said. I'm not expecting it to be fast. He looked at the file. I'm expecting it to happen. The certainty in his voice was not arrogant. It was architectural, the same quality she'd noticed on the first night, looking at 72 the way an engineer looks at a load-bearing problem. Amelia looked at him across the library table and thought, not for the first time this week, that whoever had put those blocks in place and arranged that specific childhood and that specific life had made an error in their basic calculation. They'd wanted someone manageable. Someone grateful. Someone who understood what they owed and paid it quietly. They had produced someone who understood how things worked and went after them directly. She wasn't sure, from a practical standpoint, which version of Harry Potter would have been more useful to the specific plan. She was entirely certain which version was better for the world. The Wisengamot hearing is in 3 days, she said. The public interest application was approved this morning. Good, Harry said. Are you ready? He thought about the boards and the green threads and the architecture of 60 years of managed narrative. He thought about his mother's blocked memory and the theory she'd been building in the months before the attack. He thought about Sirius in Azkaban and Pettigrew somewhere alive and the compulsion that had sat in his chest since before he could form a thought. He thought about the shimmer of wandless light in his hand. Yes, he said. Hermione, without looking up from her book, said, I'd like to come to the hearing. It's public, Harry said. Then I'm coming, she said. Me too, said Ron's voice from the stack, where he had apparently been behind a shelf for the past 10 minutes pretending not to listen. He appeared around the corner with a book that was clearly not a book he'd chosen for himself. I was already here. I'm just saying. Harry looked at the three of them, Ron with his borrowed book and his loyalty that asked no questions, Hermione with her notes and her intelligence that treated the world like a problem worth solving, and the empty seat where Neville would have been if Augusta hadn't taken him home for the weekend to, as she'd explained to McGonagall, have a significant conversation. He thought, this is what it's supposed to feel like. Not the diminished, small, careful version. This, full and clear and connected. He looked back at the board in his mind. At the green threads. At the name at the center. Then he opened the file Amelia had left and started reading. Chapter 4, Sirius the Gringotts letter had been in Harry's pocket for 4 days. He'd read it twice on the first night and then folded it back into the envelope because there were more immediate things to deal with, which was true, but also because it was the kind of letter that required a specific quality of attention he hadn't had available until now. Saturday morning, with Ron still asleep and the dormitory quiet and gray light coming through the high windows, he read it a third time. It was from a goblin named Sharpclaw, senior account manager for the Potter estate, and it was written in the precise formal language of a financial institution that had been operating for 1,000 years and had developed considerable opinions about being kept waiting. The letter informed Harry James Potter, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, that his account had been frozen by administrative order of the Hogwarts Board of Governors in August of 1981 pending appointment of a magical guardian. That said freeze had never been lifted because no magical guardian had ever been officially appointed through Gringotts, and that as a result the estate, which was described in terms sufficiently vague that Harry suspected the actual number was very large, had been sitting untouched and accruing interest for 10 years. The letter also noted, in a slightly different register that Harry identified as pointed, that Gringotts had sent 3 previous letters to the address on file, which was Privet Drive, between 1985 and 1990, none of which had received a response. It also noted that the Potter family vault contained, in addition to the financial holdings, a sealed personal archive of Lily Potter's research documents, 3 personal journals belonging to James Potter, and 1 sealed item labeled only for Harry, when it matters, in Lily Potter's handwriting. Harry folded the letter. He sat on the edge of his bed for a while. Then he got dressed and went to find Amelia Bones. She was in her temporary office, because she was always in her temporary office, and she was drinking tea and reading 3 pieces of parchment simultaneously with the practiced parallel focus of someone who had long since stopped experiencing this as unusual. Proudfoot was in the corner doing something with a large organizing chart. The fire was going. The corkboards were updated, new threads, new dates, the Pettigrew section noticeably larger than it had been 2 days ago. Harry put the Gringotts letter on the desk. She read it. She set it down. She looked at him. "You want access to the vault," she said. "I want access to my mother's research," he said. "And whatever she left for me." A pause. "The vault is mine, is it mine yet? Legally? You're a minor. Normally access would require your guardian." She stopped. "My guardian is Petunia Desley, who responds to ministry correspondence with 1 word written in large letters," Harry said. "And the legal guardian in my parents' will is currently in Azkaban for a crime we have reason to believe he didn't commit. So for practical purposes, Amelia said, I can file a temporary custodial oversight order that would allow ministry supervision of a vault access visit in lieu of guardian accompaniment." She picked up her quill. "It's slightly irregular. Is it wrong?" "No," she said. "It's just paperwork I wasn't expecting to write today." She was already writing. "Monday morning. Gringotts. I'll go with you." "You don't have to. I want to see the research documents," she said, without looking up. "Lily Potter's research is relevant to this investigation. That's not a pretext." She paused. "It's also not purely professional." She was, I knew her slightly. From Order days. She kept writing. She was one of the sharpest people I ever met. Harry looked at the letter. "I know," he said, though he didn't know it from memory but from something else, "the way you know things about people you've never met from the shape of what they left behind." He looked at the Pettigrew section of the board. "New developments?" "The trace charm came back with something," Amelia said. "We found a magical signature matched to Pettigrew in the records of a registered animagus transformation that was never, actually registered." She looked up briefly. "There are 3 animagi in Britain who registered after the law change in 1982. Before that, registration was voluntary. Your father and Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were at Hogwarts in the early 70s. We have reason to believe all 3 were unregistered animagi." "And Pettigrew?" "Also in their year. Also, we believe, an unregistered animagus." A pause. "We believe his form is a rat." Harry thought about this very carefully. "Which means," he said, "that a finger in the street doesn't mean, a dead rat with a missing toe would leave exactly 1 finger," Amelia said. The fire crackled. "Where is he?" Harry said. "We don't know yet." She set down the quill and looked at him directly. "But Harry, I need you to understand that finding Pettigrew is a ministry operation. When we find him, we bring him in through official channels." "We don't." "I know," Harry said. I'm not planning to go looking for a rat. He paused. Though I'd like to know the moment you find him. That I can do, she said. He was turning to go when she said his name. The hearing is in 3 days, she said. I received a communication last night through intermediary, anonymous, but the writing style is consistent with someone who's been Dumbledore's legal correspondent for 20 years. She held his gaze. He's going to try to appear at the hearing. Harry was very still. Voluntarily, he said. Through his legal representative. Not in person, I don't think he's fool enough to walk into the ministry. But a formal submission. Arguments against the public nature of the proceedings. A counter-narrative about his intentions. She paused. His people are framing this as a case of paternalistic overreach, that his decisions were protective rather than criminal, and that the ministry is criminalizing extraordinary circumstances. He blocked a 3-month-old baby, Harry said. I know. He blocked my mother's memory of a conversation. I know. He sent a man to Azkaban without trial. I know, Amelia said, and her voice had a quality it didn't usually have. Not anger, something deeper and more personal. He also sat at the Wiesengemot for 30 years and voted on the laws that are now being used to hold him accountable. He built the rules and then broke them and then smiled. She picked up her quill again. 3 days. Be ready. Sunday was calm in the way that the day before something large is sometimes calm, not peaceful, just quiet in the way of held breath. Harry spent the morning in the library, not reading law this time but something else. He'd pulled 3 books on magical theory, specifically on the interaction between intent and wandless magic, and on what the older texts called innate casting, the rarest form of magical expression, which operated through will rather than through wand mechanics. Hermione appeared at 10 and sat across from him without asking, which was the correct social decision. They read in parallel for about an hour. It was a comfortable silence, the kind that has no need to be filled. Harry, Hermione said eventually. Can I ask you something about the wandless thing? Not invasively. Purely academically. Yes. When you do it, she said, what does it feel like from your side? Because everything I'm reading describes it as effortful. High concentration, high cost. Even for very experienced witches and wizards. She paused. But you don't look like it costs you anything. Harry thought about how to describe it accurately. It doesn't feel effortful, he said. It feels more like directing something that's already moving. Like the magic is there and moving and I'm just pointing it. He paused. Like if water was already running and you were just deciding which way to aim it. Hermione was silent for a moment. That's not in any of these books, she said. I know. That's, theoretically, that would mean, she stopped. Started again. The standard model is that magic is a capacity that witches and wizards access through training and through wands. Wands channel and amplify. Intent directs. But the magic itself is external, drawn from, she gestured vaguely, meaning the ambient magical field that permeated wizarding spaces. What you're describing sounds like the magic is internal. Like you're not drawing from outside, you're just expressing what's already there. Harry looked at her. Is there a word for that? She flipped pages rapidly. Found what she was looking for. Read it. Read it again. Looked up. Magus Natus, she said. Born mage. It's in a 1743 treatise by no one you'd know, as a theoretical concept. The idea of a witch or wizard whose magical expression is entirely endogenous. Doesn't require external channeling at all. The wand for them is, she read the text. A refinement tool rather than a necessity. The wand sharpens what the mage already possesses in full. Harry looked at his hands under the library table. The treatise says they're vanishingly rare, Hermione continued. As in, one documented case per century, possibly. The problem with identifying them is that their natural expression is usually suppressed early by. She stopped reading and looked at him with an expression that was rapidly doing mathematical work, by blocks. They looked at each other. My mother's research, Harry said. Was she a charm specialist? Hermione said. I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow. Hermione wrote several things in her notebook. Then she looked up again. Harry. If this is what you are, the actual theoretical implication is that you don't have a ceiling. He looked at her. Everyone else, she said carefully, has a ceiling. A natural maximum of magical output, determined by their innate capacity and their training and their wand quality. It can be expanded with work, but it's there. She tapped the book. The Magus Natus doesn't have one. Or rather, the ceiling is so high that no one has ever found it. Because the magic isn't a bucket you fill. It's, she stopped. What you said. It's already running. The library was very quiet around them. That's why, Harry said, mostly to himself. That's why it started at 3 months. Not after the attack. Before it. He looked at the table. He knew what I was before my parents did. Hermione wrote more things in her notebook. Then she closed it and looked at him with the direct seriousness that was her default at full operational capacity. What are you going to do with that information? She said. He thought about it genuinely, because the question deserved it. Learn everything, he said. As fast as possible. Properly, with no blocks, with no ceiling and no apologies for having none. He paused. And make sure that the people who need to be held accountable are. In that order, she said. Simultaneously, he said. She nodded, satisfied, and opened her book again. Neville came back Sunday evening. He arrived in the common room with Augusta Longbottom, who had apparently insisted on walking him back personally and who spent 10 minutes in very purposeful conversation with McGonagall in the corridor, a conversation that Harry, coming down from the library, caught the edges of. His wand is wrong, Augusta was saying. It's his father's. Frank's. Remus Lupin told us years ago that it was a suboptimal match, but Albus, I know, McGonagall said, in a voice that was putting I know to a great deal of work. He needs his own wand. Tomorrow. I'll take him to Ollivanders myself. Of course. And I want his records, his full academic records, reviewed for any indication of external interference in his assessments. The boy has been marked down consistently since 2nd grade. His primary accidental magic reports suggest, I've already flagged the file, McGonagall said. I reviewed it this weekend. You'll have a full report by Tuesday. Augusta was quiet for a moment. Thank you, Minerva. He's my student, McGonagall said. He should have been properly equipped from the start. Neville passed Harry in the doorway to the common room. He looked different. Not physically, same round face, same toad tucked under the arm, but in the same way Harry had looked different after the unblocking. Like something had been allowed to settle into the right position. Good weekend? Harry said. Gran cried, Neville said. Once. Very briefly. She'd never cry for long. He sat down in an armchair. And then she explained to me in significant detail exactly what she thought of people who interfere with a child's magical development, which took about 40 minutes and covered a great deal of ground including several people not directly involved. Efficient, Harry said. She's very thorough. He was quiet for a moment. She told me about my dad. About the specific things they said he could do. She'd never told me before because she didn't want me to feel like I was supposed to be something specific. He paused. I understand why she didn't tell me. But I think I needed to know. He looked at the fire. She told me he was the best Auror of his generation. She told Amelia that too, Harry said. Neville looked at him. She did? She said it in the meeting. Just once. Very quietly. Harry paused. I think she says it to people she thinks need to hear it. Neville absorbed this. Trevor the Toad made a sound. Neville looked down at him. If I get a new wand tomorrow, he said, do you want to go to the grounds in the afternoon? Practice. Just, see what things feel like now. Yes, Harry said immediately. Can I come? Said Ron, from the sofa he had been invisibly occupying behind a chocolate frog card binder. Obviously, Harry said. I'm also coming, Hermione said, from the stairs. I have notes. She always has notes, Ron told Neville. I noticed, Neville said, with something new in his expression, a quiet ease that hadn't been there before, the beginning of belonging somewhere. Monday morning Harry and Amelia took the Fleur to Diagon Alley. Gringotts in the early morning had the particular atmosphere of an institution that has been open for business since before any surrounding institution existed, and knows it. The goblins at the high counters were processing transactions with efficient contempt for human inefficiency, and the queue was short because it was barely past 8 and most of the wizarding world was not yet operational. Sharpclaw received them personally, which Harry understood was a distinction, because Amelia had explained in the Fleur beforehand that a senior account manager appearing in person for a routine access request was not standard practice. The Potter estate, Sharpclaw said, seating himself across from them in an office that smelled like old stone and metal and something faintly volcanic, has been in our charge for 10 years and 7 months. In that time it has received no communication from any authorized party and has processed no withdrawals. He opened a ledger. We sent 3 notifications to the address registered by the Hogwarts guardianship arrangement. All 3 were returned unopened. Not unopened, Amelia said. Ignored. Sharpclaw showed his teeth in the specific way that goblins show what in other species might be a smile. The distinction is noted. He led them down. The vault corridor was long and cold and the cart moved fast in the way that Harry found, after the initial shock of the speed, very satisfying. The numbers on the vaults increased as they descended, which was counterintuitive but not, once Harry thought about it, surprising. Older was deeper. The Potters were old. Vault 127. The doors were enormous. When Sharpclaw opened them, a process requiring 3 separate keys and something that looked like a handshake but was clearly a goblin authentication sequence, the space inside was larger than Harry had expected. He didn't look at the money. He'd look at the money later. He looked for the research. It was at the back, a section that had clearly been organized deliberately, not just stored. Shelves of notebooks in Lily Potter's handwriting, labeled by year and subject. A locked box that required a blood recognition charm to open. And at the very front of the research section, prominently placed, a sealed envelope in the same handwriting as the For Harry, When It Matters notation in the Gringotts letter. He picked it up. He held it. Amelia was behind him, giving him space, looking at the notebooks with the professional interest she'd mentioned, not rushing. He opened the envelope. The letter inside was 3 pages. The handwriting was neat but rapid, someone who wrote fast because the thoughts were moving fast, and it was dated July 31, 1981. His birthday. Harry, it began. Not Dear Harry. Just Harry, the way you start a letter to someone you've been talking to for a while. If you're reading this, something has gone wrong, or something has gone very right, or both. Given the situation, I suspect both. I want to tell you what I know. Not what I believe or what I hope, what I know, specifically, as someone who has spent 3 years working on this question and who has arrived at conclusions I am currently prevented from sharing with the people who should hear them. You are a Magus Natus. I confirmed it when you were 4 months old. The diagnostic is in the 3rd notebook on the 2nd shelf, under Innate Expression Studies. I confirmed it again at 8 months and again at 13 months. Each time the result is the same. I tried to tell Albus. I brought him the diagnostic results in September. He told me I was mistaken, that I had developed an attachment to an idea about my son and was reading the evidence through it. He told me very kindly and with great patience. He then did something to my memory of the conversation that I did not discover until 3 weeks later, when I was reviewing my own notes and found a gap. I have since become very interested in gaps. What you are means several things. First, you don't need protection the way everyone is currently assuming. You need education, freedom, and time. The instinct to protect you by hiding you or diminishing you is precisely wrong. Second, what happened on Halloween last year, if it happened the way I think it happened, was not luck. It was you. What you are meant that the killing curse had nowhere to go. I will explain this properly in the research notebooks if you want the technical version. Third, and most important, someone decided that what you are was a resource. Before you were born. The arrangement around your life, the way the war was prosecuted, the way certain decisions were made, where the chess pieces ended up, was not accident. I cannot yet prove it to the standard required by law, but I am working on it. Sirius did not betray us. Peter did. Sirius knows this. If you can find Sirius, find him. He is your family. I love you. I am sorry I am not there to explain this in person, in the way that would have been better, across a kitchen table, with too much tea, when you were old enough to understand and I was old enough to not be frightened. You are going to be extraordinary. Not because of the scar. Because of what you are. Harry read it twice. He stood in the vault for a while. Behind him, he heard Amelia moving quietly through the notebooks, and then she was still, and he thought she'd probably found the diagnostics. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket. It was very warm, the parchment. He thought that was probably just the vault temperature and not the letter, but he held on to the possibility for a moment before filing it away. He turned. Amelia was holding a notebook open. Reading. Her expression had gone through something while he was at the back of the vault, and had settled into the specific quality of a person who has just received confirmation of something they needed confirmed. She was right, Harry said. About all of it. Yes, Amelia said quietly. She closed the notebook. Looked at him. Looked at the letter-shaped outline in his pocket. I'm all right, he said, and he was. It was a different kind of all right than it would have been a week ago, not fine in the sense of manageable, but all right in the sense of known. She left me everything I need. I just have to use it. He looked at the shelves. I want to take the notebooks. We'll need to carry them in stasis containers. Amelia was already looking at the logistics. Sharpclaw will have them, Harry said, with the confidence of someone who had noticed, during their walk to the vault, that the goblin had brought a container belt that was sized for exactly this kind of transfer. She looked at him. I pay attention, he said. She almost smiled. Take everything you want, she said. It's yours. They carried 11 notebooks out of Vault 127, along with a stack of loose-leaf research papers and one locked box that Harry pocketed because his blood had opened it easily, and inside was a single photograph, his mother and father and a dark-haired man he didn't know yet, laughing on what looked like a summer afternoon. They were young and whole and entirely unaware of anything that came after. He put the photograph in his inside pocket, where it was warm against his chest. Sirius Black was laughing in the photograph. It was the laugh of someone who laughed easily and fully and took nothing for granted. Harry thought, I'm going to get you out. Not a hope. An intention. Neville came back from Ollivander's at noon. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already on the grounds. They'd been given a free period, the schedule still being somewhat fluid in the unusual week, and they saw him coming from the castle, walking differently. Not the new after the unblocking differently, though that was still there. A different kind of differently. He was carrying a wand that fit him. It was visible from 20 meters, the way it's visible when an instrument finally matches its player, a quality of ease and rightness that you can see in the way someone holds a thing even before they use it. Hawthorn and unicorn hair, he said, when he reached them. 11 inches. Ollivander cried. Well, his eyes went a bit. He said it was the wand's 5th attempt at a match. He held it up and looked at it. He said it had been waiting a long time. Try something, Harry said. Neville pointed the wand at a large stone near the edge of the path. He said Wingardium Leviosa, the first charm they tried to practice on Thursday, and the stone rose 6 feet into the air immediately, cleanly, and held there without trembling. Ron stared at it. Yeah, Neville said softly. That's what it's supposed to feel like. They spent the next 2 hours on the grounds, and it was the kind of afternoon that becomes a reference point, a before and after marker in the memory. Not dramatic, just real. For 11-year-olds in the September sun with their wands out, trying things, failing at some things, succeeding at others, Hermione reading aloud from the textbook and then immediately attempting what she just read with the specific efficiency of someone for whom theory and practice are not separate stages but simultaneous tracks. Harry worked on control rather than power. He didn't need power, he'd established on the first day of Transfiguration that power was not his limiting factor. What he was learning was precision, which was different. The difference between a river and a canal. He practiced small things. Levitating a leaf to a specific height. Moving it left, right, holding it exactly still. The smaller and more precise, the more useful the practice. Neville, who had spent 7 years being told his magic was unreliable, was discovering that it had never been unreliable. It had been suppressed. There was a difference. Without the block, without the wrong wand, what he had was not unreliable at all. It was powerful, warm, and surprisingly instinctive, like his grandmother's description of Frank Longbottom, who had done his best work under pressure when the instinct took over. Ron was Ron. He wasn't exceptional in the way the other 3 were revealing themselves to be, and Harry thought he was probably aware of this, sitting somewhere in the middle of a large family full of magically capable people and doing the quiet honest work of figuring out where his own particular competence lived. He was good, genuinely good, at the practical application of things he'd watched his older brothers do. He improvised. He adapted. He was the kind of person who, in a bad situation, came up with the actually useful solution while everyone else was still assessing. Harry watched him reverse a jinx he'd accidentally cast on his own shoe using a counter-charm he'd half remembered from a Fred and George demonstration 2 years ago, and thought, he's going to be the one who knows the thing no one else thought to know. Hermione, he said. What's the most advanced thing in the textbook? She flipped to the index with the speed of someone who had read the index first. The last spell in the first-year curriculum is a basic shield charm. But the second-year curriculum opens with, "What's the most advanced thing in the library?" he said. She looked at him. For first years, nothing in the restricted section, which means, no, Harry said. For me. A pause. She understood what he was asking. Not what was appropriate for his year. What was appropriate for what he was. I don't know yet, she said. But I'll find out. I know you will, he said. She smiled, brief and genuine, and then gone back to the book. Ron snorted. Neville was levitating 3 stones in a stack, which shouldn't have been possible with a basic levitation charm but was. The afternoon ran on. The mountains turned blue. The castle breathed behind them. Tuesday arrived with the particular energy of something approaching. The hearing was Wednesday. The corridors were busier than usual, ministry people moving with purpose, staff in clusters having conversations that stopped when students passed. The prophet had run 3 consecutive front-page stories and was now on a 4th, this one focused on the broader implications for the Hogwarts Board of Governors, 2 of whom had already quietly resigned. Snape found Harry between classes. He appeared in a corridor with no particular announcement. He moved in such a way that he was simply there when he hadn't been before, which Harry was beginning to think was a deliberate skill rather than an accident of personality. He fell into step beside Harry without preamble. Your mother's research, he said. Harry looked at him. She shared early findings with me, Snape said. In 1980. Before she was blocked. She trusted me with the theoretical framework. A pause. I've been thinking about what that means in terms of the current situation, and I believe you should have what she shared. Why didn't you come forward with it earlier? Harry said. Because it was unprovable without the vault documents, Snape said. And because, he stopped. There was a quality to the stop that was unusual for Snape, not dramatic, just difficult. The word he was going to say was taking effort to reach. Because I was afraid of what acting on it would require of me. Harry kept walking. Snape kept pace. You're not afraid of it now? Harry said. I'm equally afraid of it, Snape said. I've decided to do it anyway. There is a difference. Harry considered that for a moment. What did she share with you? The theoretical basis for the Magus Natus classification as it specifically applied to you, including her hypothesis about the rebounding curse, which I believe is correct. He paused. And one other thing. Her suspicion about why Dumbledore was interested in you before the attack. Not as a weapon against Voldemort. Not as a symbol. He paused again. As a test case. For what? For whether the Magus Natus could be successfully contained, Snape said. Whether someone with your specific type of magic could be trained, shaped, to work within the system rather than outside it. His voice had a quality in it that Harry couldn't quite read. Whether, essentially, it was possible to take something that by its nature cannot be controlled and produce the experience of control. The corridor was empty around them. Harry's footsteps were even and unhurried. And if it couldn't be contained? Harry said. Then you were meant to be used and discarded, Snape said. At the appropriate moment. When the narrative required it. Harry walked. He thought about that with the same organized clarity he'd applied to everything else this week. He let it sit. He felt the thing it made him feel, the deep specific fury of it, and noted it and put it where it belonged. I'll need you to testify to that, he said. Snape was quiet for 3 steps. I know, he said. Will you? Yes, Snape said, in the voice of someone cutting a rope they've been holding for a long time and watching what it was attached to fall. Harry nodded. They reached the end of the corridor. Harry turned toward Charms. Snape stopped. Potter, he said. Harry turned. Snape looked at him with an expression that had, finally, let most of the complicated architecture of guilt and habit fall away from it. What was left was simpler and harder and more honest. I knew your mother, he said. She was the most intellectually honest person I have ever met. She believed in knowing the truth of things. He paused. I think you understand what that is. Yes, Harry said. She would not have been afraid of what you are, Snape said. She was excited by it. He turned and walked back the way he'd come. Harry stood at the end of the corridor for a moment. Then he went to Charms. Tuesday evening, a ministry owl arrived for Amelia with a priority seal. She read the message in her office with Harry present, because he'd been there reviewing the Pettigrew trace results when the owl arrived, and she'd made a rapid decision about whether to ask him to leave that resolved itself in his favor before she'd consciously made it. She read it. Her expression went through several things. Pettigrew's been found, she said. Harry stood up. Where? He said. The burrow, she said, and looked up at him. He's been living as a pet rat. In the Weasley household. For 12 years. The fire crackled. Harry thought about Ron. About the rat cage sitting on the dormitory shelf. About the rat named Scabbers that Ron had inherited from Percy and carried on the train and had been present at every meal and every conversation in the first-year Gryffindor boys' dormitory all week. Ron's rat, he said. Yes. He sat back down. He thought about Ron's face, the open, honest face of someone who had inherited something old and slightly mangy and hadn't thought twice about it because it was what he had and he was glad to have it. The particular loyalty that Ron brought to everything, applied without question to a 12-year-old rat who had survived entirely longer than rats typically survived. He doesn't know, Harry said. No one in that family knows, Amelia said. We're sending a team tonight. She paused. I wanted to tell you before you heard it another way. And, she looked at him carefully. Weasley will need a friend when he finds out. Harry looked at the fire. Ron had been carrying Peter Pettigrew to school in a cage. Pettigrew, who had let Sirius take the blame. Who had stood in the street and pointed a finger, literally, and testified to the guilt of the innocent man and then vanished into a rat form and burrowed into the warmest, most unsuspecting family he could find and hidden there for over a decade. Harry felt something that was not quite anger and not quite disgust but contained both. He let it organize. I need to tell him before you send the team, he said. Amelia looked at him. He needs to hear it from me, Harry said. Not from Aurors he doesn't know at 10 o'clock at night. He needs a friend to tell him first. The operational window, I need 20 minutes, Harry said. The rat's in a cage in our dormitory. He's not going anywhere tonight. He met her eyes. Please. She held the look. Then she sat back and picked up her quill and appeared to become very interested in the Pettigrew trace documentation. I need to make a notation on the timing of this report, she said, looking at the document. That may take me approximately 20 minutes to complete correctly. Harry was already moving. The dormitory was quiet. Ron was sitting on his bed writing a letter home, his chocolate frog card binder open beside him. Scabbers was in the cage on the shelf, asleep, nose twitching. Harry closed the door behind him. Ron looked up. All right? Harry sat on his own bed. He looked at his friend. He took a breath. Ron, he said. I need to tell you something, and it's going to be very strange, and I'm telling you because you're my friend and you should hear it from me. Ron put down his quill. He had the attention of someone who understood by tone that this was not ordinary. All right, he said carefully. Harry told him. He told him cleanly and directly and in the right order, the way you tell someone something hard, starting with the fact so they have the structure before the detail. Pettigrew is alive. Pettigrew is an unregistered animagus. His form is a rat. He's been hiding for 12 years. He watched Ron's face process it. Watched the confusion become understanding become something much harder. Ron looked at the cage. Scabbers twitched in his sleep. That's, Ron started. That's not, he's not, Harry said quietly. Ron looked at the cage for a long time. His expression cycled through things, disbelief, horror, something deeply personal that was about more than the investigation. 12 years of carrying something in a cage. Inheriting it from Percy. Defending it on the train from a cat. Feeding it scraps at meals. He was right there, Ron said. His voice had gone flat. Every day. Right there. Yes. He let your godfather go to prison. Ron looked at Harry. He let Sirius, for 10 years, while he was in a cage on our shelf, yes, Harry said. Ron was quiet for a long time. Then he said, with a cold precision that Harry hadn't heard from him before, I want him caught. I want him properly caught and I want there to be a trial and I want, he stopped. I want Sirius to be in the room when they do it. So do I, Harry said. Ron looked at the cage one more time. Then he looked away from it, deliberately, like closing a chapter. The Aurors are coming, Harry said. Soon. I know, Ron said. Good. Harry looked at him. Ron was gripping the edge of his duvet and breathing steadily, and he was 11 years old and he was handling something that many adults wouldn't handle as well, and Harry thought, as he had thought before, that Ron Weasley's specific quality of loyalty was going to be one of the most important things in his life. "Thank you," Ron said. "For telling me first." "Always," Harry said. The Aurors came 15 minutes later. Scabbers was taken without incident. He tried to run, which confirmed everything, and the containment jinx that caught him was faster than a rat. When they took him out of the dormitory in a sealed container, Ron watched the door close and didn't say anything. Then he picked up his quill and went back to the letter to his mother. He wrote for a while. Harry sat on his bed and read one of his mother's notebooks. The fire burned down. After a while Ron said, without looking up from the letter, "Do you think she's going to get him out?" "Serious?" "Madam Bones." "Yes," Harry said. "How long?" "I don't know. But yes." He paused. "My mother left me a letter. She said Sirius didn't do it. She knew. Before anything else." Ron was quiet. "She sounds brilliant," he said. "She was," Harry said. They sat in the quiet dormitory with the empty cage on the shelf, and the notebook open in Harry's lap, and the letter to Molly Weasley half-written on Ron's knee, and outside the castle the grounds were dark and the investigation was ongoing and tomorrow was the hearing. Harry put his hand in his pocket. Found the photograph. His mother, his father, Sirius, summer afternoon, laughing. He put it on his nightstand where he could see it. Tomorrow. Chapter 5. The hearing. The Ministry of Magic at 7 in the morning was a different organism than it was at noon. At noon it was performance, robes pressed, wands holstered correctly, voices carrying the mid-register confidence of people who knew they were being observed. At 7 it was machinery. People moving fast with documents under their arms, the FLU network firing every 40 seconds, the ceiling's enchanted sky doing its usual violet to blue transition that nobody looked at anymore because it had been doing it for 60 years and had become invisible the way things become invisible when they're always there. Harry walked through it with Amelia on his left and McGonagall on his right and tried to see it clearly rather than impressively, which was what the architecture was designed to produce. The atrium was enormous on purpose. The golden statues of the Fountain of Magical Brethren had been repaired twice since the war and were enormous on purpose too. Everything in the ministry was calibrated to make you feel small and sanctioned, and Harry had decided on the FLU journey that he was going to feel neither. He had his mother's letter in his inside pocket. He had the photograph. He had 11 notebooks in a shrunken stack that Hermione had organized and indexed over the previous 2 days with the terrifying efficiency of someone who found cataloging soothing. He had, in his wand hand, the wand easy and responsive in a way it had been since the unblocking, the connection between intent and output no longer filtered through 10 years of suppression, a quality of readiness that wasn't nervousness. He looked exactly like an 11-year-old in school robes. He was aware of this, and found it useful. "The gallery opens at 9, Amelia said, walking. "The hearing begins at 10. "You'll be in the gallery with McGonagall until your testimony is called, at which point in the order?" Harry said. "Third. We open with the forensic evidence, the audit crystal records, the block architectural analysis. Second is Isolde Vance on the medical implications of the blocks. Third is you." "Why third?" McGonagall said. "Because the forensic evidence establishes the structure and Vance establishes the human cost, and by the time Harry speaks the Wisengamot has everything they need to understand what they're hearing." Amelia didn't slow her pace. "And because anyone who's tempted to dismiss a child's testimony changes their mind when the child speaks after 2 hours of clinical documentation." Harry noted the logic. "And Snape?" "Fourth. He's a voluntary witness and his testimony is specific to Dumbledore's knowledge and intent. We want the evidence of harm established before we go to the question of premeditation." "Is there anyone testifying for Dumbledore's side?" McGonagall said. His legal representative filed a written submission. Amelia's voice was entirely neutral. "The Wisengamot will hear it read into the record. They will not hear from Dumbledore directly because he hasn't turned himself in, which the Wizengamot has noted with what I'm told was visible displeasure. She paused at a junction in the corridor. Selwyn filed a procedural motion this morning to exclude the public interest designation and close the session. It was denied at 6:45. Good, McGonagall said. Folly then filed a motion to exclude Harry's testimony on the grounds that he is a minor and his testimony is potentially self-interested. McGonagall made a sound. Also denied, Amelia said. On the grounds that the subject of a harm is precisely the appropriate person to testify about it. She glanced at Harry. How are you? Fine, he said. You keep saying that. I keep being it, he said. She looked at him for a moment, the particular look she'd been giving him all week, the one that was recalibrating something, and then turned and kept walking. The Wizengamot chamber was older than anything else Harry had been in yet, including a castle that was 1,000 years old. The gallery ran along 3 walls at the upper level, and by 9:15 it was full. Harry had not expected the gallery to be full, he'd understood public hearing in an abstract way, but the specific reality of 400 people filling the benches at 9 in the morning on a Wednesday was something else. Reporters from the Prophet and 2 other publications he didn't recognize were in the press section with quick quotes quills already moving. A group of witches and wizards in the far corner were wearing what looked like protest badges, though he couldn't read them from this distance. Families. Individual witches and wizards who had clearly come alone. A handful of Hogwarts parents he recognized from drop-off on September 1st. The Wizengamot members filed in below at 9:45, taking their seats in the tiered semicircle. 53 members in plum robes, and Harry noted which ones sat where and what their faces were doing, because that was information. Selwyn and Folly were in the upper left section, close together. Both had the careful blankness of people who had already decided what they thought and were managing the performance of open minds. 7 or 8 others near them had a similar quality, not the same blankness but the same management. The remaining 40-odd were in various states of genuine attention, which was encouraging. The chief witch of the Wizengamot was a tall woman named Griselda Marchbanks who was very old and walked with a cane and had the quality of someone who had outlasted several systems of government and held strong opinions about all of them. She called the session to order with a single tap of the cane on the floor, which produced a sound that silenced 400 people instantly and suggested the cane had been enchanted for exactly this purpose. This session of the Wizengamot convenes under public interest designation, she said, in a voice that was stronger than her frame suggested. The subject is a formal investigation into the findings of the Ministry Department of Magical Law Enforcement, specifically 72 counts of illegal memory modification, behavioral compulsion, and magical ability suppression, the primary evidence for which was gathered on the 1st of September of this year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She looked at the chamber. We will hear evidence in order. We will ask questions through the chair. We will conduct ourselves with appropriate gravity. She let that land. The evidence will be heard completely before any motion is entertained. Any member who attempts procedural interruption before the close of evidence will find the chair remarkably unsympathetic. Selwyn's jaw tightened. Marchbanks tapped her cane once more. Begin. The forensic evidence took an hour and 40 minutes. The Auror who presented it, a senior analyst named Hector Doge, no relation to anyone Harry knew, was meticulous and clear and had the presentation skills of someone who had testified many times and had learned that jargon was the enemy of persuasion. He used the actual audit crystal records, which were projected by magical means onto a screen that the entire chamber could see. He used the timeline chart, now formalized into ministry documentation. He used the block architectural analysis with the colored threads translated into a visual diagram that made the design of it unmistakable even from the gallery. 72 blocks. The timeline of placements going back to 1966. The caster signature on all 72, confirmed by 3 independent forensic analysts and cross-referenced against Dumbledore's wand registration record. The specific nature of each category of block, the obliviations, the compulsions, the ability suppressions, defined clearly and without melodrama. The welfare reporting protocol at Hogwarts, established in 1979, that had ensured all student welfare concerns went through one office. The block on Madame Pomfrey, placed the same afternoon she filed a welfare concern. Harry watched the gallery while the evidence went up. Watched people's faces change as the number and the design and the duration of it became comprehensible. Watched the mothers who had come alone and the fathers beside them and the elderly wizard in the third row who had been at Hogwarts in the early 70s and whose expression was doing something private and significant. Marchbanks asked 3 questions through the presentation. Each one was precise, specific, and went directly to the strongest possible objection. She was testing the evidence before Selwyn could, and finding it solid. Selwyn asked 2 questions through the chair when given the opportunity. Both were about forensic methodology, both were answered completely, and both produced the faint atmospheric shift of failed gambits. Folly did not ask any questions, which Harry found more interesting than if she had. When Doge finished, the chamber was quiet in the specific way of people who have received a great deal of information and are processing it in real time rather than having pre-processed conclusions to return to. Marchbanks called a 15-minute recess. In the gallery, McGonagall said nothing. She was sitting very straight and looking at the evidence diagram that was still projected on the screen, and her jaw had the set of someone who had known this was coming and found that knowing hadn't fully prepared them for the public reality of it. Harry looked at the diagram. At the timeline. At the dense cluster around 1978 to 1981. His parents' years. His mother's blocked memory of a conversation she'd tried to have. He felt the organized anger. He let it sit where it belonged, not suppressed, not performed, just present and available. The recess ended. Isolde Vance took the chair below. She was different here than she was in the hospital wing, not professionally different, the competence was identical, but the register had shifted. She spoke to the chamber with the precision of a medical expert who understood that her audience were intelligent people who were not medical experts, and who adjusted her language accordingly without condescending to it. She explained memory block mechanics. She explained what the restoration process revealed about the nature of each block, not just what was covered but what covering it had done, over months and years, to the people who carried it. She talked about Madame Pomfrey, who had filed a concern about a child and had the memory of it removed the same afternoon and had then continued to work with children in that hospital wing for 8 months without knowing what she knew. She talked about the 3 students in the 1966 to 1975 period, now adults, who had carried gaps they'd learned to live around, who had never known why certain things made them anxious or why certain memories felt like they ended wrong. She talked about a 7-year-old block in a professor of transfiguration that covered a conversation about a student's welfare, placed by someone the professor had trusted completely. She did not look at McGonagall in the gallery when she said it. McGonagall looked at the floor when she said it. Then Vance talked about the 11 blocks in an 11-year-old child who had arrived at Hogwarts last week for the first time. She did not name him. The Wisengamot records named him, and the reporters knew, and the gallery knew, but she did not name him, and the chamber allowed this small courtesy. She described the blocks by type and by date, starting with the one placed at 15 months. She described what each one covered. She described the compound effect, what it meant to have one's magical perception blocked from infancy, to grow up navigating a magical world without the sense that magical beings naturally use to navigate it. To have 4 targeted suppressions placed in a cluster at age 9, specifically targeting wandless casting and intent-based magic. To carry, from 3 months old, a compulsion charm designed to produce behavioral compliance. She described, in clinical language that was precise enough that everyone in the room understood exactly what it meant, what it is to suppress a child's nature before the child is old enough to know what their nature is. The chamber was very quiet. Marchbanks asked one question. In your professional assessment, she said, was there any clinical justification for any of the 11 blocks placed on this child? Vance looked at her directly. No, she said. The chamber was so quiet Harry could hear the quick quills moving. Vance was thanked and excused. Marchbanks called Harry's name. He went down from the gallery alone, because that was what he'd decided, and McGonagall had looked at him when he made the decision and nodded once, which was all that needed to be said. He walked through the gallery door and down the stone steps to the chamber floor and took the chair that had been positioned in front of the Wizengamot, and the chair was large and wooden and not designed for 11-year-olds, and he sat in it without looking self-conscious about any of this, because he wasn't. He looked at the Wizengamot. 53 faces. Some open, some guarded, some already convinced, some working hard not to be. Marchbanks in the center, cane upright, watching him with the specific attention of someone calibrating. He waited for her to begin. "Your name and your age for the record," she said. "Harry James Potter," he said. 11 years old. First-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You submitted voluntarily to a memory healing procedure on September 2nd, 4 days ago? Yes. And the blocks identified by the Ministry audit and described this morning by Healer Vance were found in your memory and removed during that procedure? Yes. How do you feel now, compared to before the procedure? He thought about how to answer this. Not what sounded good, what was true. Larger, he said. I feel larger than I was. Not emotionally, I mean I can think more clearly. I can access things I couldn't before. Like spending your whole life in a room and someone opens the windows and you realize how much the air was affecting your thinking. He paused. The compulsion that was removed, the behavioral one, placed at 3 months, I didn't know it was there until it was gone. Once it was gone I realized that a very significant portion of what I'd understood as my own instinct to stay small and not ask questions and not assert anything was not actually my instinct at all. It was placed there deliberately before I could form my own instincts. The chamber was still. Can you describe, Marchbanks said carefully, the effect of that, from inside? Yes, Harry said. I grew up in a Muggle household where I was, not well treated. There were reasons I accepted that treatment. Part of it was that I was a child and I didn't have alternatives. But part of it, I understand now, was that I was being compelled to accept treatment that I should have questioned and fought back against. I was compelled into compliance by someone who was not my guardian and who had no legal right to make that decision for me. He paused. I'm not saying the household was his fault. The placement of me there was his decision. The compulsion was his decision. The blocks on my ability were his decisions. The blank sealed notation in my school file was his decision. He looked at the Wizengamot. All of those decisions were made before I was old enough to walk. I had no part in any of them. They were imposed on me by a man who had decided, before I was born, what I was for. Complete silence. Can you speak to what you know about the purpose of these blocks? Marchbanks said. From my mother's research, which I retrieved from Gringotts yesterday, Harry said, and from the testimony of a witness who will speak after me, the purpose of the blocks was to contain a type of magical expression that my mother identified when I was 4 months old and which she attempted to report to Dumbledore, who blocked her memory of that report. He paused. I am a Magus Natus. My mother confirmed this through diagnostic testing. Dumbledore knew. He suppressed my abilities not to protect me or anyone else, but to ensure that I could be managed. Used, when the time came, in a specific way, in a specific role, that he had decided was mine before I had any input into the matter. He looked at the chamber. He had decided beforehand to say the next thing clearly and without performance, and he did. I am not angry about what I am, he said. I am angry about what was done to it, and to me, and to the people around me who were blocked and compelled to support a structure designed to produce a specific outcome regardless of what any of them would have chosen freely. He let a beat pass. The people who had blocks removed this week, the professors, the staff, my fellow students, they're trying to process the gap between who they were and who they were allowed to be. That's not a personal failure. That's the effect of what was done to them. Another beat. I'd like the Wiesengemot to keep that in mind when it considers what accountability looks like. Not just for the person responsible, but for the system that allowed him to do this for 60 years. Marchbanks looked at him. The system, she said. The welfare reporting protocol required all concerns to go through the headmaster's office. The Board of Governors reviewed his appointments and budgets but not his internal decisions. The ministry's last full audit of Hogwarts was in 1965. He paused. I am 11 years old. I have been at Hogwarts for 10 days. I found all of this in publicly available records that Hermione Granger, who has been at Hogwarts for the same 10 days, located in 2 hours in the library. He let that sit. The gaps in the oversight weren't hidden. They just weren't being looked at. He could feel the chamber processing this. Selwyn said, through the chair, his voice very controlled, the witness is 11 years old and has been at Hogwarts for 10 days. I'd question the weight we place on systemic analysis from a first-year student. Marchbanks looked at Selwyn with an expression that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly this. I'd question, she said, whether the age of the person identifying a problem has any bearing whatsoever on whether the problem exists. She turned back to Harry. Continue. Selwyn's jaw tightened again. Harry continued. He talked about the Sirius Black case, not emotionally, factually. The will. The custody arrangement. The arrest without trial. The recommendation that bypassed standard legal procedure. The 10 years in Azkaban while a man who was very much alive hid in a rat cage. He stated each fact in order and let the Wiesengemot draw the conclusion, which they did, visibly, in real time. He talked about Peter Pettigrew, who had been located yesterday in an animagus form and was now in ministry custody. This produced the first actual noise from the chamber, a collective sound that wasn't quite shock and wasn't quite satisfaction, but had elements of both. He talked about the trace results and the evidence of the 1981 street incident and the forensic gaps that had existed in the case for 10 years. He stated what the capture of Pettigrew meant for the Sirius Black case review, which was that the primary witness against Sirius was now available for Veritaserum interview. He watched the Wiesengemot members doing the arithmetic. He talked about his mother's research, briefly, technically, without sentimentality, and what it meant for the question of whether the blocks on him had any protective justification, which his mother's own documentation confirmed they did not. Then he stopped talking. Because he was finished, and adding more would have been performance, and he was not performing. Questions from the members, Marchbanks said. 12 members asked questions. They were, with 2 exceptions, both from Selwyn's corner, genuinely engaged questions from people trying to understand specific things, and Harry answered each one directly and completely and without evasion because evasion implied there was something to evade and there wasn't. One of the members, a woman named Ogden, 3rd row, who had been looking increasingly disturbed throughout the forensic presentation and who had the specific expression of someone who had sent children to Hogwarts and was doing quiet personal mathematics, asked, "Are there other students who were blocked? Beyond the one case you've described?" "Yes," Harry said. "Several. The voluntary screening for current students begins this week with parental consent. The investigation is ongoing." He paused. "I'd also note that the blocks on current staff affected everyone's ability to teach and supervise effectively. Madame Pomfrey's block specifically prevented follow-up on a welfare concern. Whatever happened to the student in that concern, that's also part of the accounting." Ogden wrote something down. Folly, who had not asked questions during the forensic or medical testimony, asked one now. "You've made several serious claims about the intentions behind these actions," she said. Her voice was careful, not hostile, but controlled. "You're basing these claims substantially on a letter from your deceased mother and information from a witness yet to testify. Is it not possible that the blocks, while clearly illegal, were placed with protective intent rather than the controlling intent you've described?" Harry looked at her. "My mother tried to tell him what I was," he said. He blocked her memory of the conversation and redirected her into hiding, where she died. He let a beat pass. The compulsion placed on me at 3 months was behavioral, specifically designed to reduce assertion and independent action. That is not a protective function. Protection would have required no behavioral modification at all. Another beat. And I was placed with Muggle relatives with no magical supervision, no magical child services oversight, no educational support, no legal guardianship arrangement through Gringotts, and no contact from the wizarding world for 10 years. He looked at her steadily. If the intent was protective, the protection was very specifically designed to look like isolation, neglect, and containment. Folly looked at her notes. She didn't ask another question. Marchbanks thanked Harry and released him. He stood from the large chair and walked back to the gallery stairs. He was aware that the chamber was watching him, and he walked the way he walked everywhere, easily, without hurrying, without looking at the ground, and went back up to McGonagall. She said nothing when he sat down. After a moment she put her hand briefly on his shoulder and removed it, which was about the most physically demonstrative thing he had ever seen her do, and which communicated everything it needed to. Snape testified for 50 minutes. Harry had not expected this and revised his model instantly, a formidable witness. Not because he was dramatic. Because he was precise. Because he had been in a position of observation for 30 years and he had watched things and noted them and carried them, and when he now produced them in organized testimony under Marchbanks's methodical questioning, they were detailed and specific and consistent. He described the conversation he'd had with Dumbledore about the compulsion on Harry at 3 months. He quoted it directly, the exact language Dumbledore had used, certain qualities needed to be directed rather than developed freely. He described the framing, the greater good, the necessary sacrifice, the chess language that Dumbledore had used when he thought no one was keeping score. He described what Lily Potter had shared with him about her research. He confirmed the Magus Natus diagnosis and Dumbledore's knowledge of it. He described, and this was the piece that made the gallery go very quiet, a conversation he'd had with Dumbledore in 1986, 5 years after the attack, in which Dumbledore had spoken about Harry's future role with a specificity and confidence that Snape had found, even at the time, disturbing. What was the nature of that specificity? Marchbanks asked. He spoke about Harry as though his path had been determined, Snape said. Not predicted, determined. As though the decisions were already made and the question was only one of management. He used the word instrument once. He corrected himself and used champion instead. A pause. I understood at the time that these were not synonyms in his mind. The chamber took that in. Selwyn challenged on the grounds of single-witness testimony. Marchbanks allowed the challenge and noted it for the record and then asked 3 more questions of Snape that produced corroborating detail from multiple independently verifiable sources, which rather neutralized the challenge. Folly said nothing. When Snape finished and stood, he looked briefly at the gallery. Found Harry. The look was not long, a second, maybe less. Harry gave him a single nod. Snape looked away and walked out. Dumbledore's written submission was read into the record by a ministry clerk, as required. It was, Harry thought, exactly what Amelia had described it would be, intelligent and measured in presenting an alternative interpretation of every piece of evidence. The blocks had been placed to protect, not to control. The decisions about Harry's placement had been made under extraordinary wartime pressure with imperfect information. The lack of trial for Sirius Black had been a product of systemic crisis, not personal manipulation. The welfare reporting protocol had been designed for efficiency rather than gatekeeping. It was well written. It was coherent. It acknowledged the illegality of some actions while reframing their intent. It also, Harry noted, did not address the Magus Natus question at all. Not once. He leaned toward McGonagall. He doesn't mention my mother's research, he said, very quietly. McGonagall looked at the clerk still reading. No, she said, equally quietly. Because if he addresses it, he confirms he knew, Harry said. And if he confirms he knew, the whole protective intent argument collapses. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. For an 11-year-old, she said, you are quite alarmingly good at this. I had a good example today, he said, meaning Amelia, and meaning Vance, and meaning Marchbanks, and meaning, he realized, McGonagall herself, who had spent the entire hearing watching the evidence with the expression of someone taking detailed notes for future use. She looked slightly startled. Then she looked at the chamber again. So did I, she said. Marchbanks called a 2-hour deliberation recess at 2 in the afternoon. The gallery partially emptied, people going for food, for air, for the specific decompression of having been in a charged room for 5 hours. Harry stayed. He wasn't hungry, and he'd been still for 5 hours, which for most 11-year-olds would have been an ordeal but which Harry found, with the restored clarity, the proper functioning of everything, manageable. He was still thinking. Processing. Updating. Amelia came up to the gallery during the recess and sat across from him. You were extraordinary, she said, without preamble. I just said true things in order, he said. That is what extraordinary looks like, she said. Half the people in that chamber have been saying technically true things in the wrong order for 30 years. She paused. I want to talk to you about what happens after the deliberation. Regardless of what they decide today, they'll act, Harry said. She looked at him. Marchbanks won't let it be inconclusive, he said. She's been building the framework of accountability all morning. Every question she's asked has been aimed at establishing that the evidence is legally sufficient for formal sanction. She's not deliberating, she's letting the members catch up to where she already is. Amelia was quiet for a moment. I had exactly the same read, she said. When did you develop a working understanding of Wizengamot chamber dynamics? Last night, he said. Hermione found 3 books on it. She almost laughed. It was the closest to actually laughing he'd seen her come all week. Of course she did. She folded her hands. The formal sanction will include an international alert on Dumbledore. Arrest warrant active across 47 countries. His Order of Merlin will be suspended pending the proceedings. His Hogwarts headmastership will be formally vacated. She looked at Harry. And the Sirius Black case review will be formally opened, with Pettigrew's Veritaserum testimony as primary evidence. Harry breathed in. How long for the case review? Pettigrew is in custody. Veritaserum interview is scheduled for tomorrow morning. She paused. If the testimony is what we expect it to be, and I have no reason to think it won't be, the formal case review could be complete within 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And then? Harry said. And then a full Wizengamot session on the Black case. Formal exoneration if the evidence supports it. She met his eyes. It will support it. He looked at the empty chair below where he'd sat for an hour. The large wooden chair, the Wizengamot in their plum robes, the projected timeline with its green threads. He's been in there 10 years, Harry said. Yes. Because of a lie. Because of a man who found it convenient. Yes. He was quiet. Not visibly angry, but something was moving behind his eyes that was not stillness, that was the organized kind of fury finding its correct channel. I want to be there, he said. When he gets out. When it happens, I want to be there. You will be, she said, with a certainty that was not bureaucratic but personal. A woman who had been doing the right thing in the right direction for 15 years and had decided that this specific thing was going to be in the right column when she was done. I promise you that. He nodded. Ron appeared at the gallery entrance, slightly breathless, with Hermione and Neville behind him. They'd gone to get food and had apparently run back. Ron was carrying sandwiches in a stack that suggested he'd bought several and eaten none. They're saying in the atrium that Marchbanks is going to move for formal sanction, Ron said. Is that true? Fred knows someone who works in the legal division and he just, yes, Harry said. Ron let out a breath. Good. He held out a sandwich. Eat something. You've been in here since 7. Harry took the sandwich. Hermione sat down and opened her notebook, which she'd apparently been adding to throughout the morning despite not being in the gallery. I've been in the atrium cross-referencing, she said. There are 17 procedural precedents for the specific combination of charges, and in 15 of them the Wisengamot moved for full formal sanction on the day of hearing. The other 2 were complicated by insufficient forensic documentation, which is not an issue here. She looked up. I think you did very well, by the way. Hermione, Ron said. What? He did. You don't say I think you did very well after someone does something like that. What do you say? Ron appeared to consider this genuinely. You say bloody hell, mate. Harry looked at both of them. Something warm moved through him that was not the magic and was not the returned clarity and was not the organized anger. It was simpler than all of that. Bloody hell, mate, Hermione said, trying it. Exactly, Ron said, satisfied. Neville was smiling, properly, fully, with none of the careful self-minimizing that had been in his expression all week. His new wand was in his hand and he was turning it between his fingers the way someone does when they're still getting used to the feel of a thing that fits. Gran's in the atrium, he said. She wanted to come up but she said she'd wait. She also said, he paused, she said to tell you that Frank would have done the same thing. Harry didn't know Frank Longbottom. He knew what Frank Longbottom had been, in the way he knew things about his own parents, from the shape of what was left behind, from what people said when they thought they were just describing a professional quality. The best Auror of his generation. He looked at Neville. Tell her thank you, he said. The deliberation ran 90 minutes, not 2 hours. When the Wisengamot filed back in, the quality of movement was different, not dramatically, but Harry could feel it. The chamber settled. Marchbanks took her position with the specific weight of someone carrying a verdict. She called the session to order. She read the formal findings. The evidence was sufficient. The violations were established. The following formal actions were to be taken, effective immediately. 1. A full international arrest warrant for Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore on 43 counts of illegal memory modification, 29 counts of illegal behavioral compulsion, and 11 counts of magical ability suppression of a minor, with additional charges to be appended as the investigation continued. 2. Suspension of Dumbledore's Order of Merlin, First Class, pending final adjudication. 3. Formal vacation of the position of Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with McGonagall confirmed as acting headmistress pending Board of Governors appointment review. 4. A formal case review of the 1981 arrest of Sirius Orain Black, to be expedited as a matter of legal priority. 5. A mandatory independent review of Hogwarts governance, oversight protocols, and student welfare reporting systems, to be completed within 60 days and to result in structural recommendations binding on the Board of Governors. 6. An invitation to any witch or wizard who believed they had been subject to illegal memory modification at Hogwarts or in connection with Hogwarts personnel to contact the Ministry's newly established Memory Crimes Unit for a free voluntary screening. Marchbanks read all 6 findings in order, without pausing, in the voice of someone who had spent a long career waiting for a case that was clear enough to say all of this without qualification. When she finished, the chamber was briefly silent. Then the gallery erupted. Not negatively, it was not anger, or at least not the kind of anger aimed at the proceedings. It was the specific sound of 400 people releasing 5 days of accumulated tension simultaneously, which is loud and slightly chaotic and entirely human. Selwyn was on his feet, but Marchbanks looked at him once and he sat back down, because Marchbanks had that quality, and the look was sufficient. Folly was looking at her hands. Harry sat in the gallery and listened to the noise and looked at the 6 findings still projected on the chamber screen, and at the word Sirius or in black in the fourth one, and felt the thing that was too large to be called relief but was in the same family. McGonagall said, beside him, in the voice she used when something mattered and she was not going to treat it as larger than it was because she respected it too much for that, "Well done." "It's not done," Harry said. "No," she agreed. "But this part is." A pause. "And this part was necessary." Ron said, from his other side, simply, "Right then." Which was, Harry thought, about exactly right. They came out of the ministry at 5 in the afternoon into September light that was going gold and long, the shadows stretching east. The air was cooler than the morning. The city moved around them, Muggle London just outside the phone box entrance, entirely unaware that 40 meters underground 53 witches and wizards had just spent the day dismantling something that had stood for 60 years. Harry stood on the pavement for a moment. He thought about his mother in a vault, leaving him everything she knew. He thought about Sirius in Azkaban, 10 years, for something he hadn't done. He thought about the photograph in his pocket, the summer afternoon, the laughter, the wholeness of 3 people who didn't know yet what was coming. He thought about the 6 findings on the board, and the case review, and 2 weeks. He thought about tomorrow, and the next day, and the year ahead of him in a school that was, as of today, a different institution than it had been last week. A school with an acting headmistress who had already told him, in the corridor this morning on the way out, that she intended to personally review the curriculum of every subject for evidence of capability suppression, which was a sentence that had made Harry genuinely and immediately curious about what Hogwarts was going to become. He thought about 11 notebooks in his bag with his mother's handwriting on every page. He thought about being a magus natus with no ceiling and no apologies. He thought, there is a very large amount of work to do and I would like to start immediately. "Flew back?" Ron said. "Flew back," Harry said. They went back in. Chapter 6, New Architecture. The Veritaserum interview with Peter Pettigrew lasted 47 minutes. Harry knew this because Amelia sent him a one-line note by owl at noon on Thursday while he was in Charms, which read, 47 minutes. Everything. A.B. He read it, folded it, put it in his pocket, and went back to the practical portion of the lesson, which involved a basic color change charm that Harry completed in the first attempt and then spent the remaining time seeing how precisely he could control the gradient. Flitwick noticed, because Flitwick noticed everything, and said nothing, because Flitwick had spent 40 years understanding when to let a student work. After class, Harry went to find Amelia. She was in the data classroom that had become her office, which was also where she'd chosen to hold the brief debrief she'd promised, and she looked like someone who had been awake for a very long time and was running on the particular fuel of a job heading toward its right conclusion. Pettigrew gave full testimony, she said, before Harry sat down. Under Veritaserum, corroborated by legitimacy from a licensed ministry practitioner. He confirmed, he was the secret keeper for the Potters, not Sirius. He confirmed he passed their location to Voldemort. He confirmed he staged his own death and fled. He confirmed he has been hiding in animagus form in the Weasley household for 12 years. She sat down. He also confirmed that Sirius Black did not betray your parents. Did not kill anyone in that street. Confronted Pettigrew, who blew up the street himself before transforming and escaping. Harry sat very still. "It's done," he said. "The legal part still has to complete," she said, carefully. "The full Wisengamot session for the formal exoneration has been scheduled for the 17th. 12 days. He's been in Azkaban for 10 years and 2 days, Harry said. 12 more days is 12 too many. I know. She looked at him directly. I filed an emergency petition for interim release this morning, based on the Veritaserum testimony, pending the full session. It requires 3 Wisengamot members to countersign. I have 2. I'm working on the 3rd. Harry thought about who in the chamber yesterday had looked like someone whose 3rd signature was available if asked correctly. Ogden, he said. Amelia looked at him. She has children. She was doing personal arithmetic during the hearing. By the end she had an expression like someone who'd decided something. He paused. Ask her. A moment passed. I was going to ask her this afternoon, Amelia said. Good. She picked up her quill. 12 days at most, she said. Possibly fewer. I'll tell you the moment it's confirmed. I want to be there, he said. When he comes out. Not as a witness, I just want to be there. I know, she said. You will be. McGonagall called a full staff meeting Thursday evening, after dinner, which was announced by a notice on the staff room door that was brief and specific and had the quality of her recent communications, each word doing precise work, nothing decorative. Harry was not invited to the staff meeting. He was, however, walking past the corridor where the staff room was located at the relevant time, having chosen a route to the library that went past rather than around, and which meant he was near enough to hear the meeting begin. He didn't stop. He kept walking at a normal pace, and in the 30 seconds it took him to pass the door he heard enough. McGonagall's voice, even and direct, every subject in this school will be reviewed for capability suppression, by which I mean any assessment method, any set text, any teaching practice that systematically undervalues student output rather than honestly evaluating it. We begin this week. Each head of house will conduct an initial review of their subject and report to me by the end of the month. A pause. Sprout's voice, the herbology curriculum hasn't been formally reviewed since 1987. McGonagall, then it's overdue. A different voice, Flitwick, I've had concerns about the charms assessment rubric for third-year students for 2 years. I'll have a full analysis ready by Monday. Harry kept walking. He was smiling. Not performing it. It was just there, the way things are there when they're the right response. The library was quiet at 7 in the evening and he found the table at the back, his table now, in the specific way that furniture becomes yours through repeated use, and opened his mother's 4th notebook. He'd been working through them in order. The first 3 were diagnostic, the Magus Natus confirmation, the methodology, the retesting at different ages. The 4th was theoretical, and it was, Harry had been finding, the most interesting by a significant margin. His mother's handwriting accelerated in this one. The letters got slightly smaller and faster, the way they do when the ideas are coming faster than the hand, and the margins were full of secondary thoughts connected to the main text by arrows and brackets and occasionally just. Which was a notation that needed no translation. The 4th notebook was about the mechanics of what had happened on Halloween 1981. She hadn't been there. She'd written it in the first month after the attack, when she was, according to the dates, already dead, which meant she'd written this before October 31st, filling in the theoretical framework for what she suspected would happen, and what she suspected the mechanism would be. Her theory was layered and specific and used terms that Harry had to cross-reference against the textbooks Hermione had pulled, but the core of it was something he grasped quickly because it described something he recognized. The Magus Natus, she wrote, does not draw magic from external ambient fields. The magic is endogenous, internal, generated from within the practitioner's own being. This has a consequence that no one has properly analyzed, because there have been so few confirmed cases. Externally sourced magic and internally sourced magic interact differently. A curse that uses external magical energy and strikes an endogenous magical being does not simply impact and dissipate. It impacts and encounters a different kind of resistance, not a shield, not a barrier, the fundamental incompatibility of 2 different energetic paradigms. Like trying to pour water into a container that is already full of something that is not water. Below this, in slightly different ink, suggesting it was added later, the rebounding is not protection. It's physics. And below that, in the margin, smaller, my son is going to be all right. I believe this. I am going to work backward from this belief and see if I'm right. Harry put his hand flat on the page. He sat like that for a while. He heard Hermione before he saw her, the particular rhythm of her step, which was quick and purposeful even when she had nowhere specific to be, and then she appeared around the shelf end and saw his hand on the page and his expression and stopped. She sat down across from him without saying anything, which was exactly right. After a moment Harry said, "She worked it out. Before it happened. She had the theory and she couldn't tell anyone because he blocked her, so she wrote it all down and put it in a vault and it waited until I could read it." Hermione looked at the notebook. "Can I?" He slid it across. She read for 5 minutes in complete silence. Harry watched her face do the thing it did when she encountered something that reorganized existing categories, a kind of internal shuffling, rapid and visible, like a library being resorted. "The physics is right," she said finally. "Or, I think it is. I'd need to check it against the Havelock-Broom principles of magical thermodynamics which are in the restricted section, but I could ask McGonagall and she'll say yes, especially after what you said yesterday about the oversight gaps, because I think she's taken personal responsibility for ensuring that." She stopped. "Sorry. The physics. Yes. I think she's right. The rebounding isn't a miracle. It's a property." "Of what I am," Harry said. "Of what you are," she agreed. She looked at him steadily. "Which means it will happen again. If anything like that is ever directed at you. The same physics applies." Harry thought about that. "Good," he said. Hermione pushed the notebook back across. "How much of the theory is she missing? What doesn't she have answers for?" He'd already marked the gaps. The specific range of the effect. Whether proximity matters. Whether it applies to other curse types or only to the killing curse specifically. Whether, he looked at the margin, whether it scales with the caster's power. "That last one is important," Hermione said. "I know." He looked at the notebook. "I'm going to work through it. All of it. I want to finish what she started." Hermione opened her own notebook, found a blank page, dated it at the top. "Tell me where you want to start." Harry looked at her. "You don't have to, I know," she said. "Tell me where you want to start." He looked at the page. Then he looked at the shelf behind her, where the herbology textbook had been shelved spine out beside a charms theory text and a history of magical classification that he'd been meaning to look at. "The ambient versus endogenous energy distinction," he said. "She explains what it is but not how to detect it in real time. I want to understand the detection mechanism because if I can detect when something is external sourced I can respond to it more accurately." Hermione wrote ambient/endogenous detection at the top of her page. Measurement methodology. "Okay. There's a text in the advanced theory section, I saw it last Tuesday. Give me 3 minutes." She was gone and back in 2.5. They worked until the library closed at 9, and then they took their books and notebooks to the common room and kept going until 11, at which point Ron appeared from behind his chess set and told them both, very firmly, that he was going to start confiscating notebooks at midnight if they hadn't slept. "Ron," Hermione said. "I'm serious. Midnight. That's a warning. You're not remotely going to confiscate my, try me," Ron said, with the confident threat of an older brother who had grown up with Fred and George Weasley and was unafraid of escalation. Harry closed the notebook. "He's right," he said. "We'll start earlier tomorrow." Hermione looked at him. Then at Ron. Then, with the slightly dramatic quality of someone conceding a point they would absolutely revisit, "Fine. Tomorrow. 6:30. 6:30? Ron said. "The library opens at 6:45, she said. "That's not 6:30 for tea, 6:45 for the library," she amended. "There. Compromise." Ron looked at Harry. 6:30, Harry said. Ron sat back down with his chess set and made a white knight knock over a black pawn with the satisfaction of someone who had won something, even if he wasn't entirely sure what. The second week of term began to look like what Hogwarts was supposed to be. Not what it had been, what it was supposed to be. The version of itself it was becoming as McGonagall worked through it with the methodical intention of someone rebuilding a structure they'd spent decades in and now saw clearly for the first time. The curriculum reviews produced several immediate changes. Flitwick's Charms assessment rubric was redesigned to evaluate what students could do rather than how closely they could approximate a textbook demonstration, which produced an immediate and significant upward revision in the performance records of 17 students who had been consistently undermarked. Sprout rewrote the third-year herbology practicals after discovering that the existing format was specifically disadvantaging students from non-magical household backgrounds. The defense against the dark arts classroom was still without a permanent professor, but McGonagall had arranged for 3 visiting practitioners to cover the subject in rotation until a replacement could be appointed, and had been aggressively specific about what replacement meant: someone whose primary qualification was competence, not availability. In classes, things were happening that had not been happening before. It was subtle in some rooms and less subtle in others. In Transfiguration it was visible daily, McGonagall teaching the same subject she'd taught for 30 years but without the specific invisible ceiling that Harry had begun to identify in old teaching, the unspoken this far and no further that was apparently standard practice in first-year magical education. She pushed. She questioned. She followed a student's successful attempt with the specific question of why did that work, not because she wanted to catch them out but because she genuinely wanted them to know. Harry was working on things that were not in the first-year curriculum. He was doing it in the open, not hiding it, and McGonagall knew about it because he'd told her directly on the Friday after the hearing, laying out what he was working on and what he needed access to and what he expected from the process. She had listened, reviewed his mother's notebooks at his invitation, and then said, "I will designate an independent study track for you, evaluated against your actual progress rather than year-level expectations. You will meet with me weekly. You will not fall behind in standard classes." She'd paused. "You will also not be used as a demonstration or a performance for other students. You work at your level. That is all." "Understood," he'd said. "And you'll tell me," she'd added, with a quality in her voice that was different from her teacher voice, "if it's too much. Any of it. Any week." He'd looked at her. "You'll tell me," he'd said, "if I'm missing something I don't know I'm missing." She'd held his gaze. "Yes," she'd said. "That's exactly what I'll do." That was the shape of it between them, and it worked. Neville was working. Properly, fully, with the right wand and without the block, and what was emerging was different from what anyone had expected, because people had expected, once the suppression was removed, something straightforward, and what they got instead was something specific. Neville was a herbology natural in the way that meant his relationship with plants was not learned but instinctive, and with a functioning magical connection that was no longer muffled. That instinct produced results in Sprout's classes that made Sprout go very still at her bench on the third day and then write something in her teaching journal and then teach the rest of the class with an expression of someone revising several years of filed assessments simultaneously. But what surprised Harry more was Neville's defense work. In the visiting practitioner sessions, working through basic practical defensive magic, Neville had a quality under pressure that Harry recognized because his mother had described something similar in the notebook passage about Frank Longbottom. Under pressure, when it was real, not academic, the instinct took over and what came out was fast and accurate and came from somewhere deeper than technique. Harry told him this, directly, on the grounds one afternoon. Neville looked at him. You think that's real?" "Not just, I think," Harry said, "that your dad had it and you have it and it's a specific thing and you should know you have it so you can work with it." Neville was quiet for a moment. "Gran's been saying, she's been talking about Dad differently. Since the hearing. She told me things she'd never told me before." He paused. "She said she spent so long being careful about what she said because she didn't want me to feel like I had to be him. That I had to meet some standard." He turned his wand in his hand. "I think she was trying to protect me. I think it was the wrong kind of protecting." Harry thought about protection. About his mother's theory, the rebounding is not protection, it's physics. About the specific way protection became containment when the container was designed around fear rather than possibility. Yes, he said. But she knows that now. And she's adjusting. Neville considered this. She called Professor McGonagall 3 times this week, he said. 3 separate owls. McGonagall wrote back each time. McGonagall writes back, Harry said. Every time, Neville said, with a quality in his voice that suggested this specific thing had mattered significantly more than it might have appeared to. Susan Bones found Harry in the corridor on Monday morning of the 2nd week with the specific trajectory of someone who had been looking for him. My aunt got Ogden's signature, she said. Harry stopped. The interim release petition, Susan said. 3rd signature. Filed this morning. She was doing the thing she did, delivering information cleanly, without drama, but her eyes had something in them that was not quite neutral. She said to tell you it could be as early as Saturday. Saturday. 5 days. Harry stood in the Monday morning corridor with students moving around him and the castle breathing its old breath around everything, and he thought, Saturday. Thank you, he said. She also said, Susan paused. She said she wants you there. Not in an official capacity. Just, there. I know, he said. I'm going to be. Susan nodded. She started to turn, then stopped. He's going to need somewhere to go, she said. After. A place. Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it a great deal, actually, the practical aftermath of a decade in Azkaban, which was not a thing people walked away from unaffected. He'd read what he could find about Azkaban's effects on long-term prisoners, which was clinical and not very comprehensive because research on the matter was systematically underfunded. He'd thought about what you needed after something like that, not what most people assumed you needed, which was space and quiet, but what was actually true, which was probably more complex. I'm going to talk to McGonagall, he said. And to Amelia. We'll figure it out. Susan nodded again. She had the expression of someone satisfied that this specific thing was in the right hands. He was friends with your father? Harry said. Sirius. He was in the Order. Yes, Susan said. She doesn't talk about the Order much. But she's mentioned him. She paused. She mentioned that he laughed at things that weren't funny to anyone else and it was somehow charming rather than irritating, which for my aunt is a very high bar. Harry smiled. He thought about the photograph. The summer afternoon. The laughter. That sounds right, he said. Thursday brought a letter from Remus Lupin. Harry had known about Lupin, Amelia had mentioned him, McGonagall had mentioned him, and one of his father's journals in the vault had extensive entries about a friend called Moony who was clearly someone James Potter considered essential in the way that very few people are essential. The letter arrived at breakfast with a ministry forwarding stamp, which meant Lupin had sent it through official channels, which meant he'd been in contact with the investigation. The letter was handwritten on slightly worn parchment, not tatty, just used, the stationery of someone who was careful with things that had cost them something. Dear Harry, I have been trying to write this letter for 5 days. I've thrown away approximately 14 attempts and this is the 15th, which I'm sending before I talk myself out of it again. My name is Remus Lupin. I was your father's friend, and your mother's friend, and Sirius's. Sirius is another matter, which I'll come back to. I had a block on my memory for your parents' 7th year, which covered 6 months. The ministry removed it 2 days ago as part of the ongoing investigation. What I recovered was a conversation I'd been having with your father about your mother's research and about what Dumbledore had said to her, and about Sirius's concerns, and about the fact that we were all, at 17, aware enough to be worried about something we didn't have the language yet to name. I want you to know that your parents were not naive. They were not fooled easily or completely. They were working with incomplete information, the way people in impossible situations always are, and they made the choices they made from the best understanding they had. I want you to know that Sirius loved your parents and he loved you. I want you to know that when it happened, when he was arrested, I believed it for a while, because I was grieving and I was a fool and Peter had been so convincing. I've lived with that for 10 years. I intend to spend considerably more than 10 years making it irrelevant. I understand Sirius may be released soon. I would very much like to be there if that is possible. I would also very much like, at whatever point is right for you and not before, to meet you. Your father would have wanted me to be honest with you rather than careful with you. I'll try to honor that. Remus J. Lupin P.S. I still have your father's old invisibility cloak. It was left with me for safekeeping and I have been safekeeping it for 11 years. I think perhaps its safekeeping has been completed. Harry read the letter twice, then passed it to Ron, who read it and handed it back without comment, which was the correct response. He thought about 14 thrown-away attempts. About the specific kind of person who writes 14 drafts and is honest about it in the 15th. He wrote back that afternoon. He kept the letter short and direct because short and direct was what Lupin had done, and it seemed like the right register between two people who were, as it turned out, going to know each other for a long time. Dear Professor Lupin, please come on Saturday. Amelia Bones will have the details. Yes, I'd like to meet you. Bring the cloak. Harry. He sent it before dinner and went to Transfiguration. Friday was the last day before Saturday, which meant it had a specific quality, not quite anticipation and not quite anxiety, but a quality of time moving at slightly the wrong speed. Harry noticed it in himself in the morning and decided the best remedy was work, which had the benefit of both distracting him and being genuinely useful. He worked on the detection mechanism he and Hermione had been building from his mother's theoretical framework. The idea was elegant in the way that things derived from correct physics tend to be elegant. If internally generated magic and externally sourced magic were genuinely different paradigms, they should be distinguishable. The question was how. The answer, which they'd arrived at through 4 days of cross-referencing his mother's notebooks against the Havelock Broom Principles and 2 texts on magical field theory that were technically third-year restricted, was something to do with the specific resonant frequency of the 2 types. Ambient-sourced magic resonated at a frequency determined by the local magical field. Endogenous magic resonated at a frequency determined by the caster's own biological magical signature. In theory, and his mother had sketched this in the 6th notebook, a sufficiently attuned magus natus could learn to perceive the difference. Could feel whether a piece of magic directed at them had external origin or endogenous origin, which would tell them something important about the caster and about the nature of what was coming. In practice, Harry had been working on this for 4 days and had reached the point where he thought he might be starting to perceive it, which was different from actually perceiving it, but was progress. He sat in the common room Friday evening with his eyes closed and his hands in his lap and his attention on the ambient magical field of the castle around him, which he could feel, with the restored perception, like a slow warm hum, and tried to identify where his own resonance sat within it. It was, there. Underneath everything else. Separate, not blending, the way a voice is separate in a room full of music if you know how to listen for it. He opened his eyes. Neville was watching him from the armchair across the fireplace. Ron was asleep with a Quidditch book on his chest. Hermione was reading but tracking him from the corner of her eye in the peripheral monitoring way she developed that allowed her to observe without appearing to. Got something? Neville said quietly. Starting to, Harry said. It'll take more time. What's it for? Harry thought about how to explain it. You know how when you're in herbology and you can feel whether a plant is healthy or stressed, just from proximity? Before you look at it? Neville nodded immediately. Yes. Obviously. It's that kind of thing, Harry said. But for magic directed at you. Neville considered this. That's actually extraordinary, he said, in the mild tone of someone for whom extraordinary things had started to become a context rather than an exception. Not yet, Harry said. Right now it's just the beginning of a theory. Your mum's theory. My mum's theory, Harry said. That I'm going to finish. Neville nodded, slowly, with the weight of someone who understood the specific quality of finishing something someone else started and left behind. His father's wand had been finished, as an instrument of Frank Longbottom's legacy, when Neville put it down and picked up the hawthorn and unicorn hair. There was something in both their situations that rhymed. "Tomorrow," Neville said. "Tomorrow," Harry said. The fire burned. The castle breathed. Ron's Quidditch book slid off his chest and he caught it in his sleep with the reflex of someone who had been losing grip on books in sleep for years. "He's going to need time," Neville said. "Serious. Right? After." "Yes," Harry said. "What kind of time?" Harry looked at the fire. "The kind where you remember who you are," he said. "Without anyone deciding it for you." Neville was quiet. "Yes," he said. "That kind." Saturday morning. Harry was up before 6. He dressed in the dark without waking Ron and went down to the common room, which was empty, and sat in the armchair by the cold grate and waited for light. He was not nervous. He had established this clearly the previous night and re-established it now. What he felt was not nervousness, which was anticipation in the absence of confidence. It was something with more solidity. He was going to meet Sirius Black today. Sirius Black was going to be free today. These things were going to happen because the mechanism had worked and the evidence had been sufficient, and Amelia Bones had done what she did with the specific precision of someone who had been doing it right for a long time and was not going to start doing it wrong now. He reached into his pocket and found the photograph. He looked at it in the early light. His mother, laughing at something out of frame. His father with his arm around her, laughing at the same thing. And Sirius, slightly apart from them, half-turned toward the camera, laughing freely in the way the letter had described, at something that was apparently funnier to him than to anyone else. He looked alive. In the photograph. Genuinely, fully alive, in the way that you can see in people before they've been tested past their limit. 10 years in Azkaban tested a person past their limit. Harry put the photograph away and thought about what came next, and what Sirius would need, and how you helped someone find the person they were before the thing happened, not go back to it, because you couldn't, but find what was continuous, what had survived. He didn't know Sirius yet. He would. That was the thing. He would. McGonagall appeared at the dormitory staircase at 6:15, which meant she had known he'd be up, which meant she'd checked. She was wearing traveling robes and carrying 2 cups of tea. She handed him one without preamble and sat in the armchair across from him. They drank tea in the early common room in silence for a few minutes. "How are you?" she said. "Good," he said. He meant it exactly. She nodded. "Remus will be there." "Amelia." "Myself, if you want me." "Yes," he said immediately. "And when it's done, when he's out, we'll all come back here." A pause. "I've arranged quarters for him in the castle for as long as he needs. Guest rooms, private, East Tower. It's quiet there." She paused again. McGonagall arranged it quiet, which means the portraits in that corridor have been told in no uncertain terms to be discreet. Harry looked at her. "The portraits listen to you?" "The portraits," she said, with a quality that suggested a long institutional relationship, listen to whoever they respect. "I have been here for 30 years and I have been consistently fair with them." She sipped her tea. "Also, I know where 3 of them are hiding enchanted knitting projects they're not supposed to have, so there is a degree of mutual understanding." Harry almost choked on his tea. McGonagall looked at him with the expression she sometimes had in class when he did something unexpected and she found it satisfying, brief and genuine and then professionally contained. "Drink your tea," she said. Azkaban was exactly as terrible as everything Harry had read about it suggested, which was the specific displeasure of being right about something you would have preferred to be wrong about. It rose from the sea like it had grown there, which it hadn't but felt like it had, dark stone against grey water and grey sky, the air around it with a quality of cold that was not just temperature. Harry stood on the Ministry transport boat with Amelia on his left and McGonagall on his right and Remus Lupin 3 steps back, and looked at it. Lupin had arrived at the Ministry at 7, thin and somewhat worn in a way that suggested the past 10 years had not been easy but had been survived, and had looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had been preparing for a moment for a long time and was now in it. He'd shaken Harry's hand. He'd held it for a second longer than standard. He'd said, "You look like both of them." Exactly like both of them. Harry had said, "I know. I've been told." Lupin had laughed, a short, surprised sound, and said, "James would have hated that answer." "Good," Harry had said. And they'd understood each other. Now Lupin was standing at the stern of the boat looking at Azkaban with the expression of a man who had thought about this moment for a decade. He'd written to Sirius, through Amelia's official channels, 2 days ago. He didn't know if Sirius had received it. He didn't know what condition Sirius was in, which was the thing that none of them said aloud but that all of them were factoring, quietly, into what they were prepared for. Amelia said, "He's been in a private cell since Pettigrew's testimony came in. Healers have been with him since yesterday." She said it to Harry specifically, which was the communication. "I knew you were thinking about it so I made arrangements." "Thank you," Harry said. The boat docked. They went in. The inside of Azkaban was not something Harry would describe later in any detail, because it was a place that recorded itself in the body rather than the memory, and because the specific quality of what it felt like, with restored magical perception, to stand in a place designed for containment and cruelty was not something that improved with elaboration. He felt it as a weight. A designed weight, enchanted and deliberate, pressing in all directions at once. He breathed through it. They walked through 3 sets of doors, each one opened by a Ministry official with specific clearance. Amelia moved through the prison the way she moved through every room she'd entered this week, like she'd measured it and found it answerable. The Azkaban staff were professional and slightly wary, the specific wariness of people whose institution had just become a front-page story and who didn't know yet what the implications were for them. The cell at the end of the east corridor was the private one. Amelia opened it. The man sitting on the narrow cot inside was not the man in the photograph. He was both thinner and older, and the specific quality that photographs preserved, the ease, the laughter, the wholeness, was not immediately visible. He was wearing the clean clothes that the healers had apparently provided, and he'd clearly been given basic care, and he looked up when the door opened with the expression of someone who had learned, over a very long time, to be careful about what they hoped for. Then he saw Remus. Something happened in his face. It was not instant and it was not dramatic. It was slower than that, the specific human process of recognizing something you'd thought was gone, which takes longer than recognition usually takes because the gap between gone and here has to be bridged, and that takes a moment. "Moony," he said. His voice was rough with disuse. Remus crossed the cell in 3 steps and sat on the cot beside him and didn't say anything, and Sirius put his head down and breathed, and they sat like that, and Harry stood in the doorway with Amelia and McGonagall and watched the specific private thing of 2 people who had thought they'd never see each other again adjusting to the fact that they had. After a while Sirius looked up. He looked at Amelia, who he apparently recognized from before. He looked at McGonagall, who he had clearly had opinions about at school and whose current expression suggested she had opinions about him in return, and the opinions were not what they'd been when he was 17. He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry for a long time. Harry looked back. He let him look. Sirius said, in a voice that was careful in the way of a man choosing his words because he wasn't sure yet of his own steadiness, "You have her eyes." "I know," Harry said. "And his face," Sirius said. It's exactly," he stopped. "Yes," Harry said. Sirius breathed. "They told me, Remus told me, in his letter, what you did. The hearing." He paused. "What you found." "My mother's research," Harry said. "She left it for me." "Of course she did," Sirius said, and something moved across his face that was not grief exactly but was adjacent to it, the specific feeling of recognizing someone you loved in the thing they'd left behind. She always had a plan. A pause. She would have had 17 backup plans. She did, Harry said. They're in the notebooks. Sirius looked at him. Really looked, this time, not the initial taking in but the actual seeing of someone. And Harry looked back the same way, because it was Sirius Black, who had loved his parents and been betrayed and imprisoned for a decade and who had laughed in a summer photograph like the world was a good place to be in, and who was here, alive, and going to stay that way. He stepped into the cell. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you out of here." They came out into the September light at 11 in the morning. Sirius stood on the dock with the sea behind him and the grey sky above him and the cold salt air going into his lungs, and his face did several things in quick succession that had no adequate description and didn't need one. Lupin stood beside him. McGonagall conjured a warm coat from somewhere and placed it over Sirius's shoulders with the no-nonsense efficiency of someone who was going to take care of practical things because that was what was needed right now, and Sirius looked at her and she looked at him and he said, "Professor." "Mr. Black," she said. "You came," he said. "Obviously," she said. He almost smiled. It was the beginning of a smile, the shape of it, not quite arrived. Amelia handled the formal paperwork on the dock with the wind in it, which was exactly as uncomfortable as it sounds, and which she bore without comment because paperwork was paperwork and getting Sirius Black formally documented as a free man was worth wind and cold and all of it. Harry stood a little apart and watched the sea. He thought about his mother's notebooks and the physics of the rebounding curse and the detection mechanism and everything he hadn't learned yet. He thought about Neville and his hawthorn wand and the thing he had under pressure. He thought about Ron and the chess set and the specific loyalty that was its own kind of power. He thought about Hermione and the way she treated the world like a problem worth solving, which was the best possible way to treat it. He thought about McGonagall rebuilding Hogwarts from the inside. About Amelia and the 6 formal findings and the case review and the arrest warrant active across 47 countries. About Snape in the Wizengamot chamber, cutting a rope he'd been holding for 30 years. He thought about a man somewhere out there, old, brilliant, convinced of his own necessity, who had built a structure around Harry's life before Harry was old enough to object, and who had fled at the moment the structure became visible. He'd be found. The mechanism was working. Harry was patient about this in the way he was patient about things that were in motion and didn't need him to push them. What he needed to do was the other thing. The parallel work. Finish his mother's research. Build the detection mechanism. Learn everything the Magus Natus framework implied about what he could do and how he could do it. Not in a hurry, not to prove anything, not to prepare for any specific confrontation, just because it was true and because the truth of what you were was not something you left unpracticed out of fear of being too much. He was not going to be too much. He was going to be exactly as much as he was. All of it. Properly. He felt the castle behind him, not literally, they were on a boat dock in the North Sea, but he felt the direction of it, which was north and west, and the specific quality of its enchantments, which were old and protective and were doing the patient work of shelter. He thought, I live there. That is my home. For the first time in his life, both sentences felt entirely true. Sirius appeared beside him. He was wearing the conjured coat and his hands were in its pockets and he was looking at the sea with the expression of someone relearning what open space felt like. Remus told me about the Magus Natus thing, he said. Yes, Harry said. Your mother called it that. She told me about it once, early, before everything. She was so excited about it. A pause. She kept saying, do you know what this means? And I kept saying, tell me, because I didn't know, and she would explain it and then I'd still be confused and she'd explain it better. He was quiet for a moment. She could explain anything better. She could write it too, Harry said. The notebooks, I'd like to read them, Sirius said. If you'd let me. Yes, Harry said immediately. They stood looking at the sea. "I've been thinking," Sirius said, "about what I'm supposed to do now." He paused. 10 years of thinking about getting out, and I never really thought about the after." "You have time," Harry said. "Yes. A beat." McGonagall said, "There are rooms at the castle." "East Tower." She said, "It's quiet." She said it's quiet in a way that implies she's enforced it. "Almost certainly," Harry said. Something moved in Sirius's face, not quite the full smile yet, still approaching, but closer. "James was very fond of you," Sirius said. "Before you were born, even. He talked about you constantly. Had 17 opinions about how to raise you, and they were all terrible, but they came from the right place." He looked at the sea. He'd have been extraordinary at it. "Being your dad." "I know," Harry said, and he did know, from the journals in the vault, from the shape of the man they described, deeply affectionate, occasionally reckless, always sincere. "I don't know what I'm going to be," Sirius said. Not self-piteously, practically. A man taking stock. "I'm not, I can't step into that." "I know that." "I'm not asking you to," Harry said. "I have McGonagall. Amelia knows more about the law as it applies to my situation than anyone alive. Lupin apparently has my father's cloak." He paused. "I have what I need for the immediate operational requirements." Sirius stared at him. "The immediate operational requirements," he said. "I'm 11, Harry said. "I do have some sense of what's." "No," Sirius said. "No, you absolutely don't sound like someone who's 11. He looked at him with an expression that was, there it was. Finally. Not the beginning of the smile, but the actual thing, breaking through the 10 years and the grey sky and the cold and everything, wide and genuine and warm. "You sound exactly like your mother trying to sound like your father while being entirely herself." Harry looked at him. Is that good?" Harry said. "It's the best possible thing," Sirius said, and he laughed, and the laugh was the laugh from the photograph, full and free and the same laugh, 10 years and everything, still the same. Harry let the laugh go out over the water. Let it sit in the salt air. Let it be what it was. Then he said, "The boat's ready when you are." Sirius looked at the sea one more time. At the open water, wide and cold and everything that was not a cell. "Yes," he said. "Let's go." They went. The East Tower was quiet. Below it, Hogwarts carried on, lessons in the morning, meals at the proper times, 500 children in the process of being educated in an institution that was, piece by piece, becoming what it was supposed to be. The heads of house were in conversation with each other in ways they hadn't been before, not because they'd been prevented but because the previous architecture had made it unnecessary, and the new one made it essential. Flitwick had an idea about an interdisciplinary practical module. Sprout was collaborating with the potions department on a herbology potions bridge curriculum. McGonagall was reading everything. Snape taught his potions class on Monday with the same precision and the same demands and the same impatience with sloppiness, and he awarded Harry Potter 2 points for a correct answer that he marked as barely adequate, which was, Harry understood, Snape in the early stages of a relationship they were both going to have to build from scratch on different terms than either of them had expected. That was all right. Harry was patient. Lupin came for dinner on Sunday and stayed through Tuesday, and he and Sirius sat in the East Tower and talked for approximately 40 hours with short breaks for sleep, and what emerged from those 40 hours was visible in both of them, the specific recalibration of two people whose understanding of the past decade had just been completely rewritten and who were doing the work of building a new framework together. On Wednesday, Lupin found Harry in the library. He sat down across from him and opened his worn briefcase and took out a folded cloak, which he set on the table between them. Harry looked at it. It was silvery and had a quality that was different from regular fabric, almost fluid, almost moving, the light going into it rather than off it. "Invisibility cloak," Lupin said. "Your father's." It's been in my possession since, well. It's yours now. Harry picked it up. It rippled. It felt like water. What was he like? Harry said. When he was my age. Lupin considered this with the seriousness it deserved. Clever, which he knew. Arrogant, which he was working on. Deeply loyal, which he was born with and didn't have to work on at all. He paused. He did things, at 11, that were impressive enough that professors stopped being surprised by him and started being curious about him, which is different, and he found the difference, I think, more interesting. Harry looked at the cloak. And my mother? She was the one who could look at something everyone else had accepted as fixed and say, but why, though? And mean it. And not stop until she had an answer. Lupin paused. Dumbledore blocked her memory of a conversation because she'd found something he needed not to be found. That's one of the most Lily things I've ever heard. Harry folded the cloak carefully. Put it in his bag. I'm finishing her research, he said. The notebooks. It'll take time. But I'm going to finish it. Lupin looked at him across the library table. I know, he said. There's no version of this where she isn't, he stopped. Collected himself. She'd be very annoying about how right she was. Harry felt the thing again, the warmth that wasn't magic, the specific human warmth of belonging somewhere and to someone. Can I ask you things? Harry said. As I work through the notebooks. When I have questions she didn't answer. Yes, Lupin said. Every time. Any time. He meant it the way Amelia had meant her promise. The complete version. Harry nodded. Picked up his pen. Went back to the notebook. 3 weeks after the sorting ceremony that didn't happen, or happened sideways, in the aftermath of everything, with the hat placed on the head of each first year in the hospital wing in small groups over the course of a week, because McGonagall had decided that the disrupted ceremony deserved a more personal replacement, Harry was sitting on the grounds by the lake in the late September afternoon. The mountains were proper autumn now. The light was going. He had the 6th notebook open. He had his own notebook beside it, the one he and Hermione had been filling with their own work. He had his wand in his pocket and a quality of attention that was entirely unfiltered, no suppressions, no compulsions, no managed smallness. He thought about the detection mechanism. He closed his eyes. He let the ambient field of the castle come forward, the slow warm hum, the old deep stone protection, the enchantments in their layered frequencies, the lake and the forest and the grounds all carrying their own signatures. He let all of it register, and behind it, underneath it, he found his own resonance. The endogenous signal. The internal hum that was his and entirely his and operated at a frequency nothing external matched. He held it. He could feel the difference now. Clearly. The ambient and the endogenous, distinct, the boundary between them perceptible. His mother had written, the detection mechanism, once established, should become automatic. Like proprioception. You don't think about knowing where your arm is in space. You just know. He understood that now. He was approaching it, not there yet, but close enough to see the shape of it. He opened his eyes. The lake was silver. The mountains were blue. The castle was behind him doing its patient old work of protection. He thought about 53 Wisengamot members in plum robes and the 6 formal findings on the board. He thought about Sirius in the East Tower getting his bearings back one day at a time. He thought about Pettigrew in ministry custody awaiting formal trial, and Dumbledore somewhere with 47 countries actively looking for him, and the mechanism still working, still turning, still heading in the right direction. He thought about his mother's handwriting, the rebounding is not protection, it's physics, and about everything she'd built in those 6 notebooks and left in a vault for exactly the right person to find at exactly the right time. He thought about being a magus natus with no ceiling and all of it, properly, finally, his. He picked up his pen. He opened his notebook to the next blank page. He wrote at the top, Detection Mechanism, Phase 2, Automatic Integration. Below it he wrote his mother's shorthand notation. Because it was accurate, and because some inheritances were worth keeping exactly as they were. Then he started writing. The lake moved. The light changed. The castle breathed. He wrote until the stars came out.